there's a little bit left. We'll see how that goes. Then I'll probably just get to doing more of the quests in Dortmund. It's cool. I had to move things around a little bit. Because unfortunately my sister came back. At least for a week. I mean, it's supposed to just be for a week and then she's supposed to leave again. But given all the flight cancellations, like, I don't know if in a week's time there's even going to be... Oh, it's Candace. No more racism. Oh, it's Bala. How are you doing? As I was... Okay. Well, we'll miss you. Or something of that sort. But I had to relocate the PC downstairs because certain people are back and I can't use the room that I was using now. She's supposed to be gone in another week, but given how everything's going, I wouldn't be surprised if in a week pretty much every flight was canceled and she had to stay here, which would complicate matters. We'll see what happens. Why are they getting that? I mean, fine. She's just in town visiting for reasons. I mean, she's the one who actually has a future, so she can, you know, go as she pleases, come and go as she pleases without having to worry about it being, you know, too much of a financial burden. I mean, as a college student working basically a partial internship, she already has better employment than I ever did. I mean, see, I'm going to end up leaving America. There's no way that I end up staying in this country long term. I mean, for various and sundry reasons. I mean, if she leaves, she'll be leaving on better terms than me, but I don't think she'd have to if she didn't want to. But enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, let me see. Should be able to finish this out with just another quick hit. We'll see what happens. And there we are. Let's go for the nuke. Cool. But that is essentially a forward cone. So that does mean it isn't really hitting behind at all. Which makes sense, but I wanted to make sure. Yeah, because it missed that Opry-Sneak. Unfortunately. So in that case, let's keep going. And okay. A few more of those. Go up and over this way. I will say that there isn't a good spot to put a chair, so I'm a good deal lower than I was compared to the monitor previously, which is not great. But again, there's not much I can do. That said, like I said, there's a good chance that this ends up being, you know, longer term than just a week. But we'll see what happens. Okay. And let me see what's here. Let's get up right, but since she's off field, the marker disappears if Willie's not done. You know, it is still incredibly convenient, the mining, but it ended up with more limitations than I expected. I think that is healthy, though, given that she is, you know, 5-star limited, that she isn't entirely obviating the need for other characters with mining capabilities, but we'll see what happens. Okay, let's keep on going. Here we are. I will say that this has given me the opportunity to use direct wired Ethernet connection instead of standard internet. And it is keeping the connection very, very stable with basically no latency because it's plugged straight into the router. I mean, to be fair, it isn't all that much different than how it was with just moving to her room in the first place, but still. Okay. Just go and finish the epilogue real quick and collect all those rewards. Cool. Daily comms. That's right over there. Okay. Let's see how this is going. Thank you, thank you. Do have those 2 remaining matches in Pyramida 2. And oh, while I'm at it, let's go ahead and get another sugar sculpture. I'll just put Aino in here for now. Cool. But you gotta deploy that. That's right. Okay. Keep on going. And always. Well, that's not even really faster. Okay. Hello. Aino interested in some sugar sculptures. Hi, boss. One sugar sculpture, please. Oh, Miss Aino, it's been a while. I rolled into town to help fix himself. Thought I'd pop by and snack some candy. Also, Anefa isn't around, so make me a few extras, would you? And make them extra sweet. Well, sure, big up, brush your teeth once you're done eating, alright? Yeah, I know. I always brush my teeth after eating candy. Teeth are always super great. Oh, hold on a moment then, and it's Aino sugar sculpture. Oh, it's the K cart shape. Sugar sculpture crafted to capture a person's essence. The playful and cute design brings to mind Aino, the Whiz-Kid mechanic. Cool. And that's a chance. A 30% chance. Okay. Interesting. Oh, and you would have to feed it to Anefa herself, right? Which, when it's party-wide effect food, that'll work just fine, but one way or another. Also, that's right. Weasel Thief, da-da-da. And it's glowing. Huh. I want to see real quick. Last time it was a puffin. Come on, Dagos, come on out, where are you? And yeah, nothing new to say there. Okay. So we can just finish matters up. There's one little bit left. Which is, yeah, return home with children in the desert. The case has finally been resolved. However, when the question of how to deal with Ashwapati arises, everyone appears to have a different opinion. Hello! It's been a minute. How you doing? We're just finishing up the epilogue of the event. Just balling slightly. There is... Have you done this event yet? But also there is that other little pseudo-anecdote with... Oh! It's Flynn's and Aluga are here. They were the ones buying the muskets. Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't expect that. Oh, Flynn's and Aluga, fancy seeing you here. I will say... Oh, this reminds me that I do need to get around to playing Xenoblade 2 eventually, I guess. Because that game, despite being single player, for whatever reason, has a gacha mechanic for its, you know, the blades, the sort of equipable secondary playable characters. And there are a number of generic ones, and I was just thinking, you know, it's kind of a shame this game doesn't have 3 stars or other generics, because, they, you know, they were named enemies. It'd be cool if some of the Oprishniks were playable. Oh, fair. Flynn's and Aluga, fancy seeing you here. I'll travel with them. How do you do? Are you here to buy some stuff? Tabibito-san, Paimon-san. That's our secondary goal, to put it in Mr. Flynn's words. It's important for landkeepers to spend some time in the land of the living every once in a while. Not just fight wild hunt. That's how you end up turning into local legend Sigurd. It sounds like something you'd say, yeah. On the topic of Signal, I had to move the PC out of my sister's room because she's back for the week. She's supposed to leave in another week and fly back out, but like I said, you know, fuel shortages, airplane closures, I mean, legally they are supposed to put someone on an alternative flight if they have to cancel, but honest to goodness, who knows how that's going to end up working out. I mean, I could see her being stuck here longer than expected, which would force a permanent arrangement, because right now I'm in the living room, which complicates things, but it does at least allow me to hook the PC into the router directly via Ethernet. It's like something you'd say, was it Spirit Airlines? Are you interested in these muskets? Since we're friends, Pop will let you in on some insider info. This officer here is basically selling scrap. It's not as if she was lying, it's just that people didn't believe her when she was telling the truth. Also, I need to move the microphone a little. That's right, this should be marginally better. Well, to be fair, it also probably don't need to lift it up on anything. Yeah, that should be a bit better. Though, honestly, it wasn't really that bad in the first place. It's got good reception. Okay. Oh, I'm well aware, huh? The sign makes that quite clear. So he's blunt enough that he was never under the impression she was speaking in code. True. And again, these are literally the guns that a Fatui Pyroslinger Bracer uses. It's the exact same model. I'm interested in this particular piece because it brings to mind a picture I once saw. It featured several lightkeepers and a Fatui officer fought alongside them. The weapon that the latter used was identical to this one. The Fatui teamed up with the lightkeepers. That's not unusual. I've heard similar stories from our older members. The owner of this musket must have been a hero who stood against the wild hunt as well. You know, all the, Fatui whitewashing that's been going on for a while now does, and the new Harbinger outfit, I mean, Fatui, a new Traveler outfit that for Ether at least looks pretty similar to Tartalia's outfit, really does kind of feel as if we're being set up to be Harbinger number 10 in a few months. What does that mean? I'm very worried about what that might possibly mean. Okay, but why would you sell a hero's firearm? Well, they're all identical, aren't they? Be very careful with your choice of words here. That's just how the rules work on our end. Everyone agreed to it. Not since I was much, much younger. Whether it's a no-name sergeant like me or a renowned hero, our equipment is to be collected and redistributed once we're dust on the wind, so dead people. I mean, I'll be frank. Wipe better. The stuff that's usable is given to new recruits, and the scrap is sold for whatever price it can still fetch. That way we can at least put it towards feeding the grunts, better than following them to the grave. I mean, this is gonna out me as being a chopped unk, but when I was younger, they had the next evolution of scratch and sniff stickers, and have you heard of Smensels? I doubt you've heard of Smensels. They were made entirely of recycled newsprint. These were big about a decade and a half ago. And when you'd sharpen them, the scent would get released, to a lesser extent when you would write with them. I mean, they do still exist, I guess, but usually they'd look like this. You can see the color is a bit variable because they were made using recycled paper, recycled newsprint. Yeah, 100% recycled newspaper. Saving trees. That's, when I was younger, recycling was the big thing. Back when people thought the environment was still salvageable. It's almost quaint. Okay. And now we're all gonna die. Okay. That way we can at least put it towards feeding the grunts, better than following them to the grave. Huh. A thought-provoking perspective. I think I'm going to buy this musket, Mr. Flames. Could you tell me a few more stories about it when you get the chance? A Luga with gun. It really is a shame that they did not end up giving Lowen a firearm when he is head of the ranged company. Of course. Okay, cute. Making the most of no-name sergeants completed. So, and you don't have anything different to say. Take appropriate cautions, put on protective gear before using these in field. Didn't know you were interested in vintage muskets. Yeah, exactly. Newer custom model, dedicated gunsmith. Maybe I will say that among all the things that are just really disappointing about how Traveler is weak and lame, the fact that every single Traveler uses a sword, and to be fair, that's probably at least in part a engine limitation, because they're just swapping the kit, they're not swapping the equipped weapon. It would have been fun if Geo Traveler had a polearm, for example. you know, at least one Claymore Traveler or something. I don't know. It just feels very low effort. Yeah, 2 Lightkeepers, but 2 Sergeant's Boots discussing situations surrounding muskets, and the Fruity Order is here. More treasure hoarders have arrived, however, it appears that they're not on the same side as the one participating in the event, so we can go talk to Mr. Oh, it's Ruthless Cow Lily. Yep, we've met her before. She's not very good. Well, not very nice. She is the Ola. Nice to see you. Yeah, for the first time in about 2 years, we're meeting some of the Fruity Order people from, over here in, I don't know, Driest Wood. That's what this place is called. Doesn't even have a map marker. But that one really weird Fontaine World quest. How you doing? How you been? Because they did show up in a flashback without any dialogue in the I Know Meeting Point quest, but so it's a situation in need of mediation. This person's been glaring daggers at me from behind since she arrived. Hey you, I'm a member of the Fruity Order, you hear? So really a roundabout way of saying you're gay. What a coincidence, so am I. Oh nice! And how did those go? Did you go for the weapon too, or... Wait, really? I first encountered the humor and intelligence of Trendy Zaitin Peach in the New Tide Anthology. Oh, and yeah, that's the scattered papers they had around various areas in Fontaine 2. And I heard the legend of Intrepid Valberry while I was in the Fortress of Meripede. The more I heard about your order, the more it drew me in. I've been searching for so long, but I was never able to find an actual member. As in, you had to go to High Pity, but you ended up winning 50-50s, or the opposite. So when I heard that the Nod-Krai Trade Expo was being held again, I applied under your name, and now I finally get to meet you. So it was this elaborate trick, and now they're going to kill him. But then you got lucky going for the weapon, or... Oh, it's those idiots stirring up trouble again, huh? So what I'm getting is that this guy's an imposter. Among us in real life. Our orders won the Expo right several years in a row, so we announced that we were backing out of the running this year to avoid conflict, and then this guy had to come along. She is going to chop off his limbs. What happened? Are you commenting on his roles, or? A few of the other groups were looking to duke it out, so I imagine their anger when someone claimed to be one of ours snatched the Expo ranks again. Are you saving for Lowen, Nicole, both, neither? The 6.7 character? Well, no one's meant any trouble for me. Wait, does that mean you've taken them all out already? Man, I knew it. The Fruity Order's as good as they say. Fair. There are people, and I mean, I've advised people who are budgeting that since he's, you know, as far as we know going on standard, that if they want them, him and Nicole, or just want him in general, they may be better off saving. But the big thing is, you know, especially since Anniversary is in a few short months. That said, he is getting an Abyss and a Stygian, because the really funny thing is that the Watcher, Fallen Vigil, the new Angel World boss, that's actually specifically a low-endurance shill boss, which is as crazy as it sounds. Well, no one's been any trouble for me. What does that mean? You've taken them all out already, man. I knew it. The Fruity Order's as good as they say. Can I join? No, they're going to kill him. We can't make trouble at the Expo of Voynich Guild rules. Once it's all over, meet me at the harbor in Nasha Town. They're going to kill him! He's actually dead. I see, alright, I'll be there. Uh-oh. Oh, does he not realize what's going on here? The old concrete boots. Also, considering our smooth collaborations thus far, a word of advice for the guild. Don't interfere. Oh, so you weren't going for the weapon, or... So you didn't get the weapon that you were... I'm sorry to hear that. This guy's only been able to keep his head in his booth because the Fruity Order took care of any rival factions. Oh, nice! C4 Mona is interesting, because it is really hard to work around crit rate buffs if you're not, you know, tying the character to receive the crit rate buff to the crit rate buffer. Because 15% crit rate for Durin, if you're running on-field Vape Driver Mona Hex, is not bad. It's just, I don't know, you have to build less crit rate on Durin. To be fair, unless you're, well, I have him on Emblem. If you're running on Rising Winds, it'd be a bit different, but you have to make sure that you're not going to overcap, or at least content yourself potentially overcapping. But if there's one thing the treasure hoarders have in spades, I don't have C4 Mona yet.
Heaven Spades, it's sore losers. Since our order has proven untouchable so far, they're sure to find easier targets to vent their frustration on. That's going to be him. So look after those kids. I mean, at this point, isn't the best Milani team regardless still Mavica, Sitwali, Shulin, and then her? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Most of this guy's been responsible for more than one conflict so far. This guy is going to end up dismembered. This guy is going to be fertilizer. Okay. If I do manage to join the order... Okay, I haven't changed that at all. So we're not going to be able to get any more of these mini anecdotes until something is going on with... Well, keyboard, it feels. Whatever. Not gonna be... Oh! These unlock in sequence, it seems. Okay, preparing curios, most familiar curio merchant. No. Just browsing, think I'll take everything. An unexpected visitor stopped by Liben's booth. He seems rather pleased with the products on show. She's still the one dealing the damage. Mavica sub DPS is not doing much damage herself. I mean, she's giving some benefit via the, short and quickly decaying damage buff applied to the on-fielder on burst, but... Yeah, K's by 2% every second. That's kind of rough. No, I'm talking about the Milani team. And also you put her on VV on a Benefa wheelchair, but unless you mean... I mean, Melt Chaska at C2 or higher works pretty darn well. To be fair, then you have to go for Chaska cons, and I cannot in good conscience recommend that to anybody. But, as I was saying, and it... Goodness. Because this is the one where she gets the ability to actually... No, never mind. It's C1 that allows her to run 2 other elements. Yeah, you shouldn't. But what I mean is that... Unless you mean in the case of you're running Chaska literally just to apply VV for Pyro, and then running on-field Mavica with Sitwali and Bennett, in that case, sure. But, to be fair, even at C0, you can still make a 2-element team work if it's Melt, because Melt is just that good. But... I mean, you're getting into early days when people were saying, Bennett, Mona, Kaza does not count, and, I guess. But those are all buffs that the character needs decent numbers to make use of anyway. And characters are so tied to their dedicated supports and off-fielders at this point, that's like saying a Flynn's and a Sucrose being a team is not a Flynn's team. I mean, it is. It's not a hyper-carry, I suppose, but very few teams are hyper-carry teams. The only team you can even argue as a hyper-carry team at this point is Nefer, and I wouldn't even really argue that, because a lot of the damage is just coming from Llama's Quills. So yeah, Milani's getting a lot of buffs on a Sitwali, Shulin, and Mavica team, but Milani's going to be the on-fielder. Unless, I don't know, you want to be really silly and run Mavica... And I guess you could make the argument that it's the best used anyway, because Milani is not that good. Where Mavica is just basically being run Bennettless with the rest of her normal team as the on-fielder, but still. What do you think? And it's apple. Not bad. Tastes just like Tekken Mondstadt. No, because he has no meaningful damage contribution. But... Unless you're literally having Milani just there for moral support and more Night Soul bursts. If Milani is the on-fielder and most of the damage is coming from her big blue vaporize numbers, that's still a Milani team. Wheelchair refers to when the off-fielders are directly dealing the damage. At that point, it basically is a Milani hypercarry team, and that is a Milani team. No matter how strong the buffers are, if most of the damage is coming from the on-fielder, you can't really call that not a team based around that on-fielder. Yeah. But in a Milani team with Sitwali, Shulin, and Mavica, Milani is dealing more than half the damage. If you're saying that doesn't count as more than 50% because a lot of it is coming from Shulin and Sitwali's shred and damage buffs, I think that's stretching the definition, at best. Vark, you're here for the expo too. Oh hey, Traveler Paman, I was only planning to take a look around. Wasn't expecting this pleasant surprise. On this part of the world, even a homegrown Mondstadt apple is a rare treat. Then go home. Yes, and on that note, I should advise you that prices are quite different from what you'll be used to back home. Had to pay tariffs. Not a problem, it's a price worth paying for a taste at home. I'll take the whole batch and send it someone to collect them later. If I wanted to use Milani, I would. That is the best Milani team. In a lot of cases, you'd be better off just running a Mavica team. And that is kind of the issue with Mavica having sub-DPS capabilities, that in pretty much every situation, you'd be better off just using Mavica directly. Even when there's arguably shill of another character. I ran a Chaska team, Chaska, Sitwali, Mavica, and Yansan, for the Papala, and then I ran a Mavica team, which wasn't being shielded directly because it doesn't have as many Night Soul hits, and it still cleared faster, because Mavica is just that stupidly overpowered. But I'm not talking in the sense of Stygian or Abyss, where you'd be using Mavica on the other side. Especially since they're not going to be doing more than one Night Soul shield at once. Problem, price worth paying for a taste at home. I'll take the whole batch and send someone to collect them later. The whole batch looks like you've already made your money back whole, haven't you? And this is why you can sell apples for cheap. It's called arbitrage. Kinda. Oh, and Varka, since you're looking for a taste at home, maybe try the Mondstadt wine next door. Apparently he uses special connections to keep the import costs down. Well, the answer is that it's faux. Yeah, I've tried it. It's pretty good, but not Mondstadt wine good. Counterfeit product. Counterfeit product. Well, the reason you're never gonna get more than 2 Night Soul shills at once is because Night Soul's an old gimmick. It's almost 2 years old now. They're not going to meaningfully bring it back, other than, one per Stygian or one Abyss side. There's just no reason to, when they can just shill new characters instead of ones people already have. Varus is not going to have a rerun with Mavica. They're not going to rerun 2 not one characters in a patch. And unless you mean Chronicled banners, at which point the not one shill's good and over forever. Besides, I wouldn't be able to buy any, even if it was. Ken of the Grandmaster, Knights of Vonius, going around supporting smugglers can, well, yeah, exactly. It's bad and it's smuggled. Oh, that's true. Oh, you're not going to reprimand him, though, are you? It's a shame that with 2 claymores, you can only decapitate someone with one of them at once. What is he going to do, sew their head back on? Oh, don't worry, I know it's Nefer's rules here, not out to make life difficult for you. If you find yourself at a loose end, come visit our base sometime. I'm going to get in the nuts to make some cider out of these apples. It would be my pleasure. Which makes me think that it's going to be a long time until we get Not One Chronicled, even though we've got Fontaine Chronicled. Because as much as Lunar has been a power creep step above even Not One, Fontaine to Not One was the biggest one, because they were trying to undo the mistake they made with Dendro. You're as generous as they say, Grandmaster. Looks like you finally made some real profit. Hey, don't make me sound so incompetent, though I'll admit I wasn't expecting to make my money back quite so quickly. Now I can start thinking seriously about my next adventure. Where do you plan to make your next fortune? I presumably Sneznaya. You do go there in order. I'm planning on heading to Sneznograd, actually. I heard they're running around lots of supplies because of Project Stuza. That's a business opportunity if I've ever seen one. To Sneznograd? What did he say? What did he call it in Japanese? Just said Sneznaya. Okay. And Stuza means harsh winter in Russian, which again is probably a reference to the Fimbul winter, mighty winter, that begins Ragnarok, or Gotodamarung, the Twilight of the Gods. It is interesting how similar Norse and Germanic mythology are. Because she isn't getting all that much from the weapon proper, other than crit rate. She is all about EM and nothing else, which again notably means that she is a character alongside Llama, even more than Llama, who gets absolutely nothing from uncapping her, because it doesn't increase her EM. HP, attack, defense, and transformative reaction scaling bonus does increase, but Lunar Bloom is not helped at all. With any luck, maybe all the pleasure of seeing you there. Well, good luck out there. Hope you strike it rich. Okay. Right, but what I mean is that she doesn't need weapon levels as much as any other character, really. Especially not attack scalers. Traveling a long way, and yeah. Okay. So there should be another one available now, I think. Something appears up with... Maybe I need to unplug and replug my keyboard. Because when I was moving the PC, I did have to move things around, and let's move to the Modstat booth. These happen in sequence, huh? Strategy in principle, the merchant claiming to sell authentic Mondstadt vintage has been using the same ploy for years. Finally, this has drawn the attention of someone important. Attention more like ire. I'm ballin'. How you doing? Having fun yourself? And... yeah, and we can actually... strategy in principle, and it has the same one showing on the map. Right, but what I mean is that it pales in comparison to weapon substats. And she's not worried about base attack. So it's... I mean, she's great, but a lot of her bizarrely good performance in a lot of situations has to do with being a bit of an abnormal character to begin with. And oh, Diluc is here. Jason's Diluc's model was compared to... Oh. Did you have your sleep paralysis bear spray with you? I can't believe you came all this way to investigate me. Still, as a member of this expo protected by the Voynich Guild, there's nothing you can do to stop me. I know, that's why I'll be taking this up with them directly. Because of his Nefer connections. There was some art that came out some months ago with Santa, Diluc, and Nefer as a Christmas tree. You've probably seen that, haven't you? Should get a stuffed can of bear spray. Let me see, oh, I can't find it that easily right now. Christmas tree Nefer. Okay. I can't find it that easily. Huh. They probably do. I mean, you could definitely get a stuffed gun. I can't find it. I guess that isn't going to show. It's been a while. It brings you here this time. Are you representing the Don Juan area here as Owl? Yep. Intelligence Network. It is interesting that despite the fact that Nefer was created in part to pick up on the threat of the Northern Intelligence Network, there were people thinking, oh, they had Nefer's character planned out years in advance. No, they did not. They just had a plot thread they wanted to tie up and created a character to do it. Ikrupiak even out will take issue with people smuggling the winery's products. I mean, the big American stuffed animal, I understand, but please be assured that would never pit the rules of the Voynich Guild against the interests of the Dawn Winery. Long-standing collaboration is far too valuable to me for that. This is the quintessential American plush. The Rasta banana. You know, for whatever reason, you don't see it around as much anymore. And there are so many kinds too. You know, multiple people make these for whatever reason. You know, whenever you go to an amusement park and they have the dart throwing ring toss games, at least they used to, it's been a while since I ever went. I always had one of these Rastafarian bananas as one of the prizes you could win for some reason. Yeah. Stuff's, yeah, exactly. Canon event. Yeah. No faction exists in Nod-Krai that can impose their will on everyone else. The rules we have now are a result of the tug-of-war between them all. I kind of regret never getting one. Never getting one. They have some kind of swagger. In any case, I will allow this gentleman to sell his so-called Don Winery vintage here because I'm confident that poses no threat to our collaboration. She said, "You suck!" Okay. It's a shame you can't use them together at all. Oh well. Hey, they actually animated. Kinda. I see, so this isn't from our sellers at all. It's not even from Mondstadt. Totally fraudulent. Diluc drinking. Well, I never. You. Well, I never. I'm guessing you learned a few of our winemaking techniques and brewed your own liquor using local ingredients from Nod-Krai. Imitations like these are no threat to our business. They should have at least used his outfit. They need to fix this. I mean, and it is entirely just an issue of his eyes are too low. If they just raise them up a bit, it would not be so egregious. But now he looks like a Funko Pop. There's nothing else to say. Just your watch. One day my wine will weave the dawn winery in the dust. I'll grant that your wine is a perfectly palatable product, but the fact that you didn't dare to sell without attaching our name to it speaks volumes. They do. I mean, to be fair, he can still brute force a lot of things just by having the highest base plunge multipliers in the game. Though one tells me they'll never need to worry about any serious competition from you. If you want them to treat Diluc better, roll C6, Sitwali, and John Yoon, get their signatures, and then you can brute force everything. Leaving so soon, can I persuade you to come to the Curatorium of Secrets for some tea with me and your two old friends? Give me a second. I have something to say to that. Here you go. I looked up the Bugs Bunny No just for you. Don't you feel special? I care about you. Not enough to go for C6 Mavica, but I do care. Okay. Hey there, it sounded like you were discussing some pretty serious business, so Palmer didn't want to interrupt. Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Well, I'll show you. It gives her defense shred when her off-field ring hits, and further increases the damage of her burst. Also allows her to use her motorbike longer in Overworld. That's a shame. Next time you're back in Mondstadt, pay a visit to the Angel's Share. At least so I can offer you a genuine Dawn Winery vintage. Okay. And yeah, strategy and principle completed. Okay, let's take a look real quick. Not that we'll ever go for it, for better or worse. It'd make things too boring. Right. Oh, right! It adds an auxiliary ring into Flame Strider mode, which... To be fair, this would probably steal melts, wouldn't it? But Defense Shred is just that good. To be fair, I don't know, maybe they expect you to have higher cons Sitwali. Sitwali cons don't even increase her Cryolap meaningfully. Yeah, no, you don't. It's just buffs. Well, actually... but that isn't too often. Yeah, that doesn't have a meaningful way to increase your Cryolap or anything. Sitwali's? No, Sitwali has no DPS mode at all. She doesn't have any constellation that allows her to actually be an on-fielder, which is surprising. Because even Shilinen has that, though to be fair, she has a DPS mode to begin with. Oh goodness. I will say, it is very much a shame in my opinion, and a totally unnecessary constraint, that Yansan cannot keep her own burst energy meter up with her own movement, so you can't use her as an on-fielder at all. To be fair, it would be very, very difficult, but you'd at least be able to hop around a couple of times. Yeah, it's a shame. It really is a shame. Something is going on with my keyboard. Like I said, I had to unplug and replug the thing. When I was moving the PC around, you can watch me wobble around a little, I guess. Let me try a different USB, perhaps. I don't think it's seated enough right now. That should hopefully be better. But you know, I'm pressing Alt to free up the cursor, and it just isn't working. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. I've gotten incredibly unlucky. I think I mentioned this before, but when I went for Yansan initially, on the Varsa banner, I got no Yansans until I had already gotten Varsa, and then I just got one. I kept going, which maybe was a kind of bad idea, but to be fair, she needed her. And then this came randomly. It was not even from a banner. I have been exceptionally unlucky. I have not gotten any Yansans, and that did seem to fix the keyboard issue, which is good. Okay, and pursuit by the Masters of the Night, putting something like the Wide Fragments on sale has turned the heads of many, to put it mildly. Even Sitwala of the Masters of the Night Wind has become involved. Interesting. The answer is because I haven't had a reason to use her in the bit, and all my other Favlances are on other people right now. That's why. When I have to use her again, I'll give her back one of these Favlances. Oh, right, that was on Kachina for Last Theater. Kachina doesn't deserve that. Let's give that back to Chevy. Okay. Yeah, she had Footprint of the Rainbow, because she and Kachina specifically had swapped. As in Engulfing Lightning? Or Skyward Spawn? If I get a Skyward Spawn, I'm probably putting that on Shenhe. Because the thing about giving Chevy Favlands is so she can battery the rest of the team. She doesn't need energy that much herself. Interesting. Huh. Oh, and Chaska's here. Chaska mentioned. Satoli, I've been told that merchants here are all protected by the organizers. I'm afraid confronting him myself will be more trouble than it's worth. She's Satoli's firearm. Do I have to do everything myself? Yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do? You have no damage of your own. Oh, please, Satwala, have mercy. And then, yeah, in the Japanese, it's Gurasu Baba, Glass Granny. And it Eatsley just means obsidian. It's a long story. Basically, 3 members of the Flower Feather Clan brought word from Nod-Krai that someone was selling lab fragments at this expo. Oh, okay. Yeah, the supposed Chevy fan hasn't even taken her to 90. You know, to be fair, actually, she'd be a decent candidate for uncapping. Because it would, well, not that, I don't know. It would allow her to reach that cap more easily, but Chaska Satoli, what are you, rob a bank. I recommend it. Pretty serious stuff, so I brought Satoli here to get to the bottom of it and hope we keep things under control. Well, okay, well, as it turns out, we've been tasked with mediating any disputes like this. Were they stolen? Are you intending to try and stop me? Please, Satoli. So, look, I'm not trying to be difficult, but you don't need me to tell you that our lab are not for sale. Wait a second. I mean, they're obviously fake. Everything you say about that game makes me just want to play Roblox Jailbreak again. Maybe I'll do that. There is exactly one use for Skyward Pride. This is just a shard of a wild pillar and its power is long gone, so it no longer has any connection whatsoever to the wild. So tell me, how much do they pay to ship these out of Nala? And what's the other useless Claymore, Wolves? There are no good Claymores in Standard. It's hilarious. But it's decent for Fremine, because he builds physical. The Wind Blades are physical. They benefit from physical damage percent. His multipliers are low enough that's a meaningful increase to his damage. And Eula can kind of make use of it too, because of the energy recharge. Kinda. Oh, refine them and give it to Fremine. Oh, about 800,000 more apiece. That is approximately 6 2/3 ley lines. Okay, what? As in Wolves? Wolves isn't good on anybody, it's sad. You can kind of give it to Sayu or to Chongyun, but those are the only support Claymores in the game. Apparently people outside of Nala don't all know all that much about her culture. Some people take one look at those pillars and start praying that they found a wild fragment. Oh! I didn't even think of that. Yeah, it's perfectly possible not having. Didn't want to correct them because that way I could drum up the price. Also, apparently Stellar Conduct is not going to benefit physical at all. It's going to be a direct damage and a damage percent boost to Electro and Cryo. Which is interesting because it does differentiate. It does sort of the exact opposite as normal Superconduct. But it is very funny to see Superconduct just shafted again. But Wolves is kind of a good stat stick. The issue, though, is in a world with Bennett, though to be fair, Bennett is getting less ubiquitous by the day, just attack substats are generally kind of wasted. I forget it since he asked me so nicely. Let him stay here until the expo's over. No point making a mountain out of a molehill. Then he'll turn into an icicle. Thank you, Satwali. Thank you, Satwali. As in her sig, or... Oh, don't try to think you're off the hook. Once this is over, you're going straight to Biram, their 8-foot-tall chief. It's more like 12 feet, that's right, to face the music. Eek. Okay. So that one. Anything to say? Pursuit by the Master of the Night Winds. Tragedy or Sorrow Luck. It's that no choice but keep looking over my shoulder. And Hills of Many. So this one, and then the final one, is that just going to be Yahoo for wrapping it up? Yes! The magic of pricing as the exhibition grows ever more popular. Word selling by base key supplier arrives in person, sparking an in-depth discussion. And that's... Oh, right, it's Alice! And Nicole's there, too. Is that going to start? Yep, it's actually starting the epilogue. We had no ability to avoid it because Dory's there. Right at the entrance. Great, everyone's in one place. This one's short. Now that we're on the other side of this incident, I suggest we put any remaining questions or rest here now. The Voynich Guild won't be responsible for any disputes remaining after this meeting. Understood. Well, there's been no serious harm to me or any of my compatriots, and with the arms dealing operation closed down, I've achieved my strategic objective. I'm happy to let the Fontaine authorities process the culprits from here on. It is really funny that they had an event where both Nether and Johan are showing up sometimes together. Yeah, get excited for next patch. 3 new characters. Though to be fair, if you're not going for any of them, not your problem, huh? I appreciate your flexibility. I'll need all of them in my custody to proceed with the case files. Also, apparently, the 6.7 Stygian boss for the new 6.7 character is going to be 4 Spectres, which implies that we're either getting some kind of Moon Palace Spectre or that we'll get Spectre Local Legends, which would be really funny. And it's the first time we've had a group fight in Stygian, which it honestly surprises me that it's taken that long, but I appreciate your flexibility. Need all of them like us to proceed with the case files. As for you, and the kids. Mr. Merchant of Death over there. Given your association with the Voynich Guild, I suspect the boss of the Curatorium might raise some objections if I insisted on bringing you into custody as well. Because he didn't violate the laws of the event. We dealt with him, and whatever the evil guy, some Suna whatever, outside the auspices. Well, they give you a lot more because they expect you to build more characters. If you're playing HSR free-to-play, I mean, you're not getting all the characters they kind of expect you to be getting. You're not doing all the endgame that you would need the resources to do. It's just there are more characters, so it's easy, you know, if you're just there for gambling and collection, I suppose, to just get who you want. Build them to a level of satisfaction, not care about endgame, but... Well, Mandragora and the... What I mean is, there's a difference between one boss with minions. Though, to be fair, I am kind of moving the goalposts here. I'm always right. I'm never wrong. But it would be 4 Spectres, and it's 4 Spectres the entire time. You know, they're 4 co-equal enemies of the same stature, not one boss, showing up as one profile headshot in the GUI, and then summoning minions or splitting into minions. And when he proposed Miss Chevreuse, while pursuing one of the suspects in this case, it was unfortunately necessary for me to destroy a certain signboard in Nashitown. And trap that guy's leg. Is that an official confession, officer? There's no law here. If you're talking about Gacha power scaling, Honkaiverse beats everything, for better or worse. As in, this does not count as Honkaiverse. There is no one in this game. Like, fine on no diffs, the primordial one. It's pathetic. Though, to be fair, Finon is not real. But, and that is sort of the thing. But, you know, any of the Eons would no diff the primordial one. What I'm suggesting is I don't file charges against Ashwapani. He stays here, and in return, you don't seek damages for the signboard. Sound fair? That's an odd amount of cutting corners for Chevy, Teal. Oh, that went surprisingly smoothly. Pullman figured it was going to be a whole ordeal. Acheron no diffs, because Honkaiverse is just on a totally different level. also, to be frank, Tevat's inside the Honkai-verse, but pretty much all of its elemental power depends on being inside Tevat. It's basically Amphorius. Though to be fair, it's not a simulation like Amphorius is, it's a physical computer. So it's not as if, well, the Traveler at least has an existence outside of it. Descenders have an existence outside of it, and to be fair, that might actually be the real part of the real definition of a Descender. To a certain extent, well, Skirk has an existence outside of it, and she's not one, so pretend I didn't say anything. But it's questionable the extent that anything from outside Tevat can even leave it. To the extent they have a physical existence and aren't, relying on the computer that is Human Soul. The primordial one is going to be Kevin. Maybe. Or it could be Paimon. It's a complicated question right now as to whether Paimon has more primordial one or Asmodee connections. Because, again, this symbol is explicitly... It's not an omni symbol. It is explicitly the symbol of space. So, to the extent we know anything about how it's going to play out, it's... Asmodee is currently following the Abyss sibling as their Paimon. So, to that extent, Paimon is kind of our Asmodee, but for the once surprisingly smoothly pumped figure is going to be a whole ordeal. Uncle Ashwapati, we are... Kirby's stomach is actually a pocket dimension. In Squeak Squad for the DS, because there was an early DS game, the extent of their touchscreen usage was just an inventory screen of Kirby's belly. And Kirby's stomach is explicitly a pocket dimension. They told us the whole story, everything you've done, even so we still want you as our uncle. As our chopped unk. But if you've been less trusting of the promises he's made you back then, and left some weapons for your own people to defend themselves with, maybe things would have turned out differently. She's saying exactly what I thought last time. He was literally just stupid. The camp wouldn't have gotten massacred if he had just kept even one ruined drake for himself. The way I see your crime wasn't the weapons research itself, it was failing to use that knowledge sensibly to protect the ones you cared about. Literally. He was an idiot. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and it genuinely raises the question of how the deals even went off without anyone trying to steal anything beforehand if he hadn't had the sense to keep even one ruined drake for himself. Ideally like 10. Well then, what are you waiting for? The chance to atone for real is staring you right in the face. Aye. Children, from now on, I will protect you with my life. I mean, honestly, just... You still have the tech. A ruined drake or 5 would probably protect them a lot better than your 60-year-old withered arms. Traveler and Yellen, on behalf of the Fontaine authorities, it has been a pleasure working with you both. I wish you all the best. Yeah, I'm glad Chevy got to be cool. I have plenty of other business to attend to, so it's probably about time I got going as well. See ya. Looks like you're a free man. Gordon Freeman. I guess, but even if they won't arrest me, I still have a lot to answer for. I joined the Voynich Guild with my own agenda nearly ruined their reputation. Are you really gonna let me get away with that? I will say that burying your ruin machine research is probably kind of a waste. After you joined us, it didn't take me long to find out that you lied about nearly everything except your desert origins. That turned out to be true. Anything Honkai-verse. Well, actually, honestly, that's maybe a bit... I honestly don't know enough. I think... I'm sure someone's gotten into this. Okay, we're turning to it. Yeah, and pretty much everyone. Yeah, exactly. Their galactic scale. Yeah, she's weaker than Doomsday Beast, except from. Okay, continent level. Yeah, I was kind of wondering whether Hershers would be able. I wonder if she has dialogue. I don't think that's just her anecdote. Yeah, Hershers beat Archons, but are about Sovereign level. So yeah. The primordial one is literally below Honkai Star Rail weekly bosses. They're pathetic. Like, this is much lower power scale. Which, I guess that's the argument for why the bursts aren't as cool as Ultimates and Star Rail. Well, also, a lot of it is just... And this is a real-time action game. But... I actually consider the desert my home, too. You can't just ask people why they're white. So I was interested to learn who the real Ashtrapati was. Thanks to the Traveler, I now know the full story. My, what a story it is. Granted, the final chapter causes a fair amount of trouble, but hey, sometimes that's the price you pay for a good ending. Are you serious? Yes, and stop calling me Shirley. I mean, obviously I can't let you stay in the guild, not after all the rules you broke. I completely understand. I'd recommend that you take these kids back to the desert. Osusume suruyo? That's my recommendation. Why? So you can get out of my hair. The desert has been plagued by seemingly endless conflict since as far back as I can remember. But your story offers a glimpse of a different way of life. Maybe there really is hope for peace in the desert. Honestly, only if he just starts doing his research again and gets like 100 ruined rakes to kill anyone who disturbs the peace. The Samir of today is a different world than what it once was, with Nahidr at the helm. Who knows when those possibilities end. Maybe you could rebuild the home these kids once knew. You wouldn't actually defend yourself this time. Idiot. I'm flattered, really, but that was a lifetime ago. I'm sure the sandstorms will have buried any last trace of that oasis by now. That's not true. It is literally in northeast Hypostyle. You go there during Golden Slumber. I don't know anything about Tower of Fantasy. I don't think anyone has really power scaled it because... I mean, not to be crass, but I don't think Hada has enough legitimate fans to do that. Sure, we could put up a few tents and call it a settlement, but then it would be a brutally harsh existence. There's no way around it. Where there's more, there's always a way. Well, my dear customer, why don't you discuss your needs with me? If you can dream it, you can buy it. I mean, the main thing is that Pramoja 1 is planetary at best. Sovereigns are probably continent scale. Archons are like island scale at best, so it's... Well, the reason it's getting slandered is because it's incredibly uncreative. It's largely slop. That it has no existence other than defining itself against other games. I mean, Kuro has it bad enough in that PGR was the Honkai third killer. Wuwa is this killer. At least they push a different aesthetic, but NTE, their equivalent of a Constellation screen, well, I guess you could say it's the equivalent of a Mindscape Theater screen, because it has the exact format and literally uses the same font as Mindscape Theater. It's actually egregious. And, I don't play either of those games. I don't play all that much, but I think it's important to strive for at least some level of originality, and Hata has never had any interest in that, for better or worse. I'm not going to stop you from playing that, but I'm not going to hold my tongue. There's more, there's always a way. Hello, my dear customer. Why don't you discuss your needs with me? You can dream it, you can buy it. It's coming out to basically jump the gun and try to... It's literally those rip-off Redbox movies, back when Redbox was a thing, that would come out ripping off a movie that hadn't come out yet, rushed out in literal 2 or 3 months to try to get people who are impatient or people who are confused to buy it. It's the video game equivalent. So more is the answer, alright, so I want to buy a home tent for these children. You telling me I can buy that from you? I buy a Serena teapot. Don't take her so literally, she's just doing her sales pitch. Yeah, why would you ever believe Dory? There you go. Sure can. Huh. Today I present to you one magical gemstone created by none other than the renowned mage Alice herself. Kinda looks like a knowledge crystal. Is it operating on the same principle of the Warrior Mirage? Simply plant it in the ground and a spring will instantly start growing. Before long, you'll have yourself a fully fledged oasis, and the best part is it's designed to work flawlessly even in the most arid and sandiest of deserts. It might just be a Valorian pocket dimension. What the? That looks genuine to me. Goodness, they always say you can find everything in the Nod-Krai Trade Expo. Turns out it's more than just marketing hyperbole. Still, surely a treasure like this must cost the world. As much as I'd love to buy it, I don't think I'm the kind of clientele you're looking for. Actually, this could be your lucky day. The matron tasked me with selling this insists on setting the price herself. She priced it as whatever keeps the kids happy. Curious. So, needless to say, I could have found far more lucrative options, but alas, none of them would be worth breaking a promise to a maid over, and jeopardizing your supply. To be even more crass, NT is operating on the principle of, the fake rip-off Roblox games that I played before I have a PC that could play the real games that they were based on. Whatever keeps the kids happy, so what is that in Mora? Good question, I got it. How about I charge you whatever you three kids earned at the expo? Then you can say you bought back your hometown through nothing but your own hard work. But that oasis is literally there. Unless it's meant to be a semantic key for a non-map location. But it is literally the oasis at the... around the Tini camps. Eee. Is that your Dory impression? I think that would keep the kids very happy indeed, wouldn't you agree? Agree. Deal. There they go, hooray. And all the characters were relevant except Aino. They sent Aino to Super Hell. Okay. It's not long. If you're taking your time and letting the voice lines play out, the story's probably about, an hour and a half if you're skipping through the dialogue. This took me about, probably about 6.5 to 7 hours of gameplay. Letting the dialogue line play out. You never know what to expect with tutorials. A strange turn of events. I think it's safe to say that this is one of the more memorable trade expos. You do. It's not long. Okay, return home, children of the desert. This is still up for about a week and a half. You're not in trouble. So it's Nicole, Dory, and Alice. It's not a long one. And a lot of the story is in these little side conversations that are optional, mostly. Hey, it's Alice and Nicole. Arisito Nico. Why, hello, Trevor and Paimon. We're looking to buy some stuff from Dory. Apparently, to the extent that weeks still exist, apparently Alice will not be playable during Sneznaya, so people are dooming about her never being playable. She has a clearly playable model. She has a visible vision. I mean, she's just... Frankly, she is a level of power above any previous playable character. She very much says, Genshin 2. Yeah, you do. You have time. And quite the opposite, I'm her supplier. Nicole came up with a delightful new pricing method recently, which I've asked her Dory to try out. We're here today to see how it's all going. Yeah, so we could have gotten this beforehand. It's just we couldn't get this conversation without tricking the epilogue. What sort of pricing method is that? Whatever makes the kids happy, huh? Yeah. Curious, what will allow me to explain? Kininaru? Do you have interest? Telepathy? Uh-oh, not this again. Instead of an amount of more, you collect courage, kindness, or happiness from the buyer. Power, wisdom, and courage. It is. The key is to make people realize they don't have to be rich. With an excellence of character, even the treasures of the Hexen Circle are within your reach. This feels like cope. Nicole's ignoring material conditions. Kind of like a seal guiding intrepid adventurers through various tribulations until they claim their prize. Such fun, wouldn't you say? A nuke kills anyone other than Fawnies. And multiple nukes probably kill Fawnies. Not for me, we didn't sell much Heck and Circle gear this time at all. At this point, I have to whip out some Samiri specialties just to break even. I mean, honestly, Alice is probably the only one who could pose a meaningful threat. Because she's from Kavat, but she's left it. She has, real-world modern weaponry. Klee's bombs are pretty explicitly just modern explosives. It's basically a whole sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic type joke. And the whole deal with Tavat being a computer is the same kind of thing. Right, but it's not a modern gun. Not really. Didn't sell much Heck and Circle gear this time at all. At this point, I have to whip out some Samira specialties just to break even. Wait, you're actually losing money, Dory. You're saying our gifts didn't reach that many people. Well, it's just she isn't getting money from it. I'm saying we made diddly squat. I hate to break it to you, Miss Witch, but you don't have much of a head for business. Yeah. You okay then? Well, it might not have made much, but this has been quite a fun little experiment. To make it up to you, all the revenue from our merchandise is yours to keep, Dory. Yeah, all 0 of it. Well, just what the kids made with their toys, which is presumably not much iron. Oh, they don't call you a great witch for nothing, Miss Alice. Okay. The magic of pricing. And yeah. So the last one is... That's gonna be Yahuda, right? Yep, it is. Quick Crisis Control Switch, the Curio Merchant, and Wurzang Bebe. Run into some problems at the same time. 3 children spare encounter and unforeseen turn events too. It's not a World War II victim. Not World War II. So... we can do all of these after the 3rd quest, I believe. It's almost time for the expo to end. I'm asking for half a month's leave once we wrap this up. I mean, I guess Agent Orange beats Dendro. Thought we got time to relax, hey Yahuda. Yeah, thanks to you, things are pretty calm right now. Should be smooth sailing from here on out. It's the end of this. Sorry, but I've got a problem over here. So what are you going to use that bot for? Same here. Yahuda, you just jinxed it. It's all over. They're going to rip off her other arm. So I made off with a batch of goods using the goods first, pay later method. Thought the guild was the guarantor, but then I went to redeem my money and no dice. Is the crisis bot just a piggy bank or something? Same thing happened to me. Goods first, pay later. That convenience is for exhibitors only. It only works because their goods stored in the warehouse can be used as collateral. And I guess she did not make that sufficiently clear. The buyer did have guild-supplied certification. And who was it then? In that case, he's one of you. Pick him out of the crowd and we're good to go. The person I talked to was a tall, thin young man, but I don't see him here. The one who bought from me was on the chubbier side, and no sign of him either. Wait, so it wasn't the same person? Maybe it was the Fruity gang. Fruity order. Hey, see how we need help? Ati went to town a while back. We haven't heard from him. Well, why would he do that? He wanted to use the more we got from our exhibit to buy everyone a little something in return for looking out for us, so we headed out alone. Gosh, this kid. Wait to have your certification from the guilds with him. Yeah, he's her older brother, so he's in charge of all that stuff. So did I steal the certification from him, or... Oh, this is bad. Okay, let's not panic. What happened? Remember those people who targeted Ati a while back? I'm worried they kidnapped him and are using the certification to scam goods off the other exhibitors. And this one might actually be kind of long. It does seem to require completion of all the others, too. Okay. Sorry. This isn't your fault. Should we rescue Ahti first? Nod-Krai's huge. Where do we even start? We could go for the goods first, but we're dealing with a group. If they split up, it'll be impossible to nab them. Come on, Yahoda, come on. You promised never you'd uphold the guild's reputation. Promised the kids you'd protect them. This is all falling apart. Looks like you're down to your last option, dumpster diver. Alright, the 6.5 crisis control switch. So what is this going to do? So apparently the cutscene was not its activation. 6.5 crisis control switch activated. Awaiting orders, awaiting orders, awaiting orders. So is this for searching or... Whoa. Activating the switch gives you temporary control over all the robots in Nod-Krai. If you want, you could turn this whole place upside down. So it's more or less the nuclear option that she did not end up deploying during 6.5 Clash. That she, I suppose, would have if we hadn't helped her during 6.5 Clash. But it won't last long, so think about what you want to do first. In that case, let's get the stolen goods back first. Well, if only... It's funny how Aino's strength does not reflect her actual war strength at all. She's basically Nod-Krai's Ningguo. All units advance to rescue Ahti. Miss Yahoda. Orders received, orders received, orders received. Commando Jushin. With help, the robot's Ahti is quickly rescued and the people holding him scatter and flee. That's a lot to sum up in one black screen. Ahti, you're alright. Sorry, made you all worry. If anyone should be apologizing, it's those awful people who took you. Just want to repay everyone's kindness. They stole my expo certificate. Did that cause trouble for anyone? Well, kinda. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. And... Inventory complete, all goods have been retrieved. Oh, because controlling all the bots would presumably also include Anafa, that's right. See, told you with the 6.5 crisis control switch, there's no problem and not why you can't handle. With so many bots around, we didn't have to choose between the rescue and getting the goods back. We were able to do both. I know. These kids call me boss, and as their boss, my job to protect them. No, I'm letting them get in trouble with the guild. Cute. Kinda reminds me of Kui meeting the other kids back in Iridori some years ago. On that note, apparently we're getting a peri-combat event again next patch. But it's a real short one, though. Thanks, boss. Ana's a great person to have on your side, huh? The Japanese, they said something different. Just called her the boss of the 6.5 workshop. Craft shop. To be honest, I could hug you right now, but I think I'll have that vacation first. Lying down on the hard, cold ground. Likely unwise. She's gonna get an infection. Oh, what are you, a hot dog, don't I? Get up! Get up! You can't rest yet. Okay. Now how fun will catch us a break and is free from further drama for the time being. Yay. So all those are complete now. This is all done. Let's collect these. 10. Oh, you have to actively change the selection. Okay. 10. 10. 0. Minor amount of weapon ore. Okay. Cool. So, I can pick these all up. Then, I guess I'll know how many more teachings of Elysium we need. Unshakable Mountain. This was pretty fun. I will say that I'm kind of surprised at how badly Skirk performed here. Oh, it's Bala. How are you doing? Yeah. Just gonna collect these rewards all in one fell swoop. Oh, yeah, we got her. Model furnishing cooperative engagement early model Guizhong Ballista. Scaled model of the mass-produced Guizhong Ballista, the original weapon system possessed the cooperative engagement capability. It was once introduced to the Millith in limited trial deployments after its performance metrics were fully validated. It was replaced by newer designs and reclassified as an obsolete model. Yeah, people just got home. People just got home. After its performance metrics were fully validated, it was replaced by newer designs and reclassified as an obsolete model suitable for external trade. Nod-Krai Trade Expert correctly demonstrated the system's long-range stretch capabilities using this very model. Long before the battle against Beige, certain perceptive figures within Millith had already begun studying new methods of engagement. Delivering firepower from protected positions, neutralize unconventional threats. Among the various proposals, the cooperative engagement approach soon gained broad support. The concept emphasizes separating units responsible for target acquisition from those responsible for launching attacks, thereby enabling enemies to be eliminated without placing friendly forces in danger. To realize this vision, this is long. Cooperative engagement early model. Guizhong Ballista was equipped with 3 types of ammunition: overhead surveillance device for target designation, general purpose shell capable of engaging both air and ground targets, and a high explosive round specialized for ground bombardment. In practice, the overhead surveillance device would be launched in the combat zone first, where it would designate targets and guide the bombardment that followed. The specimen placed within the realm within, however, contains no such weapon systems. Keeping with the realm's peaceful nature, it now stands merely as a dignified sculpture. Well, I have to be in the living room for now. Because it's not as if my room does not have good enough Wi-Fi to use for this. Audio, huh? Come on, headphones. My audio cut out for a second, which was interesting. And this is just Plants vs. Zombies. Okay. And the slightly randomized one, and it's, at least this one's shorter, Super Cannoneer. Why'd they choose this one? A cannoneer created by a certain genius mechanical inventor. Its design may look adorable, but its firepower is far from harmless. With enough firepower, any enemy can be taken down right. Before the giant cannon was put in place in Notchtown, the inventor tested this theory by creating a multi-barreled mechanism that combined several light muskets, which he then used to ambush individual Wild Hunt members. The result was unfortunately abysmal. This led her to the conclusion that enough firepower is only possible if every shot is guaranteed to cause basic damage. This is why the cannoneers carry weapons of massive caliber. Naturally, after it was brought into the Serenity Bot, Tubby disabled the more hazardous features. And notably, the same description is in the minigame itself for the tower. Okay. And yep, gotta get perfect on everything. Everything we can. Okay, yep. There are the 2 normal robots and the boss robot there, I guess. And Rhythm and Trail. Words Resplendent Waltz. Numa Usia. Waltzing Automaton. Heavily armored combat unit once showcased by the Spina de Rosla during the Nod-Krai Trade Expo. Serving as a keystone of this display was the heavy-duty Numa Usia Waltzing Automaton. According to the demonstration program, the automaton could operate in 4 to 6 states. Rhythm, skitter tracker, burst step, and no entry beam. Again, that's normal shots, tracking shots, laser beam, and this is probably the big charged big shot. In theory, by deploying unconventional energies rare to a specific region, one can achieve an asymmetric advantage over local monsters. However, maintaining Numusia energy systems outside their native region requires engineering of exceptional complexity. The prototype that eventually arrived in the realm within had its combat systems removed entirely, leaving behind only an ornate mechanical figure. Hopefully it can play the role of a stationary dance partner for certain animals. So that's all of our rewards, and now we're at 1900 out of 1500. That's C5. Yahoder. Which means she still isn't really usable at all. This is a shame. We got a decent amount on hand. Big thing is, it's both Nicole and Lowen's next patch, so I got a few more. Go ahead, eat your onion rings. Okay. So we can get her to C5 now. That's exciting. The greatest treasure. Yeah. With this, and only this, she's about as good as a C0 sucrose, and only for a Flintstein, and nothing else. It is pathetic. Actually pathetic. And got an okay amount. I'll definitely need to go mining a bit on my own, but Should have enough by then. It's actually pathetic. They really just gave her nothing. She had no idea they were going to play in her face. So that's all done. Okay. The dialogue here did not change with that finished, for better or worse. There's no difference based on the dialogue selected. Oh, Fruity Order's slightly different. Of course it does. Fruity Order's known wide far for its heroic deeds. Never heard of it. What, have you been living under rocks? Never mind. You'll hear all about heroic deeds soon enough. In terms of that. They gave her nothing. It's actually pathetic. And... okay. Let me see some of these. Yeah, it didn't differ. See some of these introductions. It is. It'll change in a second. I was waiting to collect the rewards so I could go and pick up. I mean, I haven't logged on before things yet today. Okay. I haven't seen these before. It's always interesting to see how they introduce us. So, Nightmare's Burning Heart, head of the Lightkeeper's investigation squad. He's always at the forefront during battle, leading the squad against the Wild Hunt's incursions. He's warm-hearted by nature and constantly looks out for those around him, sometimes to the point of over-worrying. This tendency is driven both by his personality and by an instinct rooted in past experiences to prevent the tragedies from repeating. He has decided to take the light himself, ensure that the path ahead is illuminated for each and every one of his companions. And yeah, you... Dory. Treasure of Dream Garden. Dory Sangmabe, master of the Palace of Alcazar's Right. Again, I did not know that this was actually her last name. I thought this was a title. The greatest emergence, whatever you need, we got it right here. You may never know where Dory might appear next, but you can bet your bottom more that her stunning wealth was gained through her unmatched business sense. Deals in everything from the Academia's greatest secrets to all handmade trinkets. In the middle lie all and sundry outfield dryers, fully automated snowball launchers, and other mysterious goods. No one knows for sure how she gets these items. It's from Alice, but all know that so long as you have the Mora, you can get just about anything you might want from Dory. Dory's first mention was actually in Aloy's trailer as Sangamabe. Skyborn Arbiter, the peacemaker of Tlawakan, she's celebrated for her formidable strength and carefree spirit. Growing up alongside Kukasor, she inherited their wild nature and battle instincts, but also learned to understand the bonds and words shared by humans when she was taken by the Tlawakan. At the heart of the conflict, she employs various means to resolve disputes, both in her role as a mediator and as a way of reconciling their base nature. In doing so, she protects her inner self by safeguarding the peace of Outland, Obsidian Opal Star. Say that Satali, known as Gorasu Baba, has personally witnessed the coming of age of several generations. Masters Nightwind as her own age. Well, that wouldn't be a very polite thing to ask a lady now, would it? Well versed in almost all of the tribe's complex rituals, and as a highly skilled practitioner of magic, she is one of the most well-respected shamans on Outland. Having long lived in isolation, Satali seems to be somewhat ill at ease when it comes to starting a conversation. With the youngster approaches her and brings up the topic of novels. It's going to be hard to get her to stop. Let's go ahead and break this up. She'll be more than happy to chat. Okay. Yeah, so nothing quite there. Okay. So let's go ahead and... a number. Let's run some domains real quick for the sake of getting a bit more for Nicole. Yeah, because I was waiting so that I wouldn't have to worry about overcapping. Right now we're at... goodness. 3 and... basically need 6 more sun. It's not that many. I don't even really need to do this. It's mostly a way to just get rid of these magical crystal chunks. To be fair, I can also use them to just turn into wood. So let's do a couple of... we have enough devices. It's Elysium books for her. And then resistance books for both Prune and Bowen. I really do hope 6.7 gives us more Hexerai, but I'm not holding my breath at this point. The nice thing is, we can, of course, actually get a nuke off with Linnea and end this very, very quickly, as long as we get lucky with the crits. Hello there. And let's go over here and... yep. But if one of the crits misses, it's not too troublesome, but it's not anything instant. Okay, cool. Let's see what they're gonna give us. That is... not much. Yeah. So this should finish it out, and then I guess I can It is nice that you can actually get... Center of the formation, and yep, as you can see, just kill them all in one blow. The Cryo Slimes and even the Cryo Abyss Mage, since it's not Cryo but actually Frozen Aura, you can apply more Hydro and actually trigger Lunar Crystallize on them, or any other Lunar reaction. Okay, thank you. It's so conveniently fast. It's gonna hurt having to go back to, other characters. And that works too. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Linnea. If I really wanted to, I guess I could actually do Linnea's investigations today, but I don't really feel like that. I'll do that next week. When I'm more rested and can actually process what I'm reading. Let's go craft that real quick, and we got 2 TCG matches in Pyramida. And then I think I'll go check out Dorman a bit more. It's been long enough. Okay. So we only... leaves enough. And let's craft 8. Cool, cool. Wait up. Should do it. Yeah, we need one more. Okay. Alright. I mean, that's reasonable. That's very reasonable to get. So... I think I'll go in wrong place. Despite that mushroom. Real quick. And not with this team. Not like this. This is literally the only team you can fight this guy with. It's actually egregious. Because there's nothing that's going to deal pure Dendra with no Pyro or Electro. Other than this team, or again a Nilo Bloom, which is either going to suck or at least have Lama, and be a lot more AoE focused. It's so silly. It's so silly. Okay. It's actually a fun fight with the right characters for it, but it's very silly. Okay, and just keep on dash canceling. There we are. Cool. And finish that out. Should be in a good position here. Thank you. And then we just hit you more. Nice. And hit with that. Cool. And we didn't even need to use that. Cool. No real use for those materials, but it's fun. And it's Seeds of Deceit. Veil of Falsehood. 9 seconds, initial maximum. I mean, there's no point in having more than 3. So if I was really just, well, to be fair, when I do theater this patch, I should still go for the buff that makes more Bloom Core show up, even though it won't help this team much. Because it'll be better for triple Kanki at the end, which I'm almost certainly going to have to run using some kind of Nilo Bloom team, even if it doesn't include Lama. So, alright. Let's just get our do back so we don't have this ugly partial bit in the GUI. Okay. So now that that's out of the way, let's heal him back up and 2 quick TCG matches and then, yeah, just go to Dorman and do quests. That's reasonable. Alright. If I had to, I could just hop off now. I did finish the event. Well, it's only 2 matches. Don't get too close. Certified player Zenana, a researcher from the Kishore Darshan nicknamed Speedwalker Zenana. Her nature is to act before thinking, a trait that carries over into her playstyle, which comes out across as reckless and aggressive. Unwise of you. We're getting Flynn's and Whelma next patch. Whelma's going to be a great card, and it's... Oh, it's going to be interesting to see how much better Nefer makes her, too. Wait, this isn't Naja Town? Yeah, duel. We'll just play this one first. Zenata declares her first move decisively before the match has even begun. And it's... Freeze Esco team. Skunk. See how this goes. That's a good one. Oh, that's quite nice, because that guarantees getting Esco's talent. It's cool when they come up with the alternate energy gauges, because they honestly have to put more effort into it than they do with... And that's pretty much perfect. You know, the actual in-game variant energy gauges. Let's pick that up. We don't need to play this now. Let's put this on Linny. And get that down there. Okay. Though to be fair, not getting much from not playing this. Let's switch to you. Maximum of 3. And also card draw. Let's play this. In case they switch around a bit. Cool. Yo, Esco used to have more HP than normal, and they nerfed her because, I mean, she was overpowered to begin with. Okay. And both our cooking mechs are working, that's right. And of course that's not going to let us reroll because it, well, we have no dice. Okay. So we'll be able to eliminate you with a quick Linny skill. Cool. See who comes in next. This puts me in danger of being frozen. If that were a real job that still existed, sure. But it's not a real job that still exists, honestly. Unfortunately. I don't know what you're saying. But that is not what I said. Okay. That's only good for tuning. Let's get rid of you. If she freezes me, I swear. Put in Skirk, please. Oh no, oh no. Yeah, it was bound to happen. Alright then. Okay. In that case... I wouldn't say so. I don't think that's particularly true. But what can I even do with this? Getting frozen kind of ruins our gameplay. We can use this, I guess. Just to get that down, and this is not going to be especially strong. I mean, we may as well just have something on the field, but still. Ugh. Ugh. Don't have any kind of quick switch. Let's put our shot back down, maybe. You can't hit me, right? Right? Don't tell me you're gonna kill Escoffier. Okay. This is going to kill Esco. Oh, that was ludicrous. This may be the end of things. Not sure we have the juice to handle this. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that sucked. Alright. Yeah, getting frozen kind of ruins this. Let's try this again and hope the AI decides to just not freeze us. Yeah, okay. And I think we were off to such a good start. That turret there. Yeah, if we could eliminate Yelan somehow, that would be perfectly reasonable, but... oh, bother. Let's just get the wrong talent card this time, too. Yeah, there was a big argument on Twitter the other day. Because Britain and only Britain, you know, they call a lemon light soda a lemonade. And that, you know, they were being very loud and very angry and insisting that, you know, everywhere else in the world was wrong. You know, literally everywhere else in the world was wrong. And yeah, I called it. We got the wrong talent card. Awesome. Let's try that again. Okay. I mean, they're not paying attention to me. They never do. Which is exactly how I like it. If we have to tune a bunch, we can tune a bunch. But that was a good starting roll. Yeah, we're gonna use one of the pylons. Okay, cool. Not being mean to myself. That is literally how I like things. Okay. So they're gonna go for Skirker. They're gonna go for Esco. And we're gonna get Frozen. I do appreciate that. It helps. Gonna give us the... we didn't get the Winnie card. Alright then. That's fine. I do that of my own accord. You play no role in that. Oh, you're gonna move first. You're gonna switch around or what? Could try to kill Yelan or something. Are you gonna switch or what? Please just switch to Skirk or something. Whatever. It's not like I have a numb bladder and I need you to remind me to go to the bathroom. It's big. Okay, they switched to Skirk. This is good news for us. Okay. Okay. We can use this and then switch out to Esco to take a hit or two. Cool. Then we'll tune with one of these. We should tune with this, because this has no use now that this talent's been played. Put this down. And I think that actually would have done incredibly well if we had his talent card up. Oh well. And it. Ouch. Rough. We can stay here and let Esco get her turret back up. Cold. Hi, who's next? Gets rid of that card. We're probably not going to be able to get that back up then, are we? Yeah. I mean, if we get frozen, it's not a huge deal, but... Okay. Use it. You gonna switch? You gonna switch? Oh, yes, you are. They're actually kind of... Oh, well, okay. I was gonna say they're kind of throwing, but not really. Let's... Oh, okay. Switch back and then we can just fire off a couple. Yeah, we're fine. Draw 2 cards. I'm sure you've heard this, but straws are really bad for the ball environment. This team comp in TCG is, for a while, I think things have changed to make Skirt decks, and now Inefa decks, a little bit better. But the entire point of this team is that you can spam a lot of summons very quickly. It's basically wholly reliant on getting Escafine's talent card round 1, so that you can have her cooking back to coordinate attacks with Winnie. And you can, if they don't switch out, and the opposing card has 10 HP, you can get a round 1 kill. And when the summons start going away, and Winnie's hat is 1 at base, every time a summon goes away, once per round, the Tulpa can, without ever having to come on field, summon another Tulpa. So you've got summons at the end of round of Cryo, Pyro, and Hydro all going off, triggering lots of reactions for good damage. And again, the Tulpa does not even have to be on field to do it. It's basically, it's kind of like sometimes you can run that with the Thunder Manifestation. It doesn't need to come on field to really have any utility. So you can focus entirely on just switching between Escafé and Winnie, getting melts themselves, and the summons get their own vapes and melts, and freeze. It's incredibly strong. But let's wait where exactly did things start to go wrong. Yeah, I did not come up with this deck myself. That's why it's good. The next patch we're getting Flynn's, and then Inefa, Ino, and Flynn's are going to basically be a team comp all to themselves. Let's see what she says when she wins. Okay, good. I should have assumed he would have been more conscientious than to waste plastic. Ballastic. And I won. I'll take it, thank you. So the other one is a Lightkeeper back over there. It's Visibor. Certified player Visibor, a former veteran Lightkeeper, has achieved many fine feats after retiring from frontline duty due to injury. He has taken up Genius Invocation TCG to pass the time. His style is as sharp as his gaze. Once he spots a weakness, he leaves no room for escape, making him a truly formidable opponent. The closest I could say to that is in Theater, when I have to come with random BS team comps, because of what I draw. Most team comps in TCG and base game I am taking from other people's guides. Okay, as a veteran countless battles, Visibor Nemesis of the Dark Calamity. It's Adventure Challenge. It is all too well that only warriors with honed technique and unyielding resolve can prevail against the abyss that hard-earned battlefield wisdom has now found its way into his Genius Invocation TCG matches. And so who is this? That's a good way to get lots of microplastics in your bloodstream. Maybe you're okay with that. And oh, okay, it's just one of you dudes gonna crystallize yourself. Huh. Okay. That may get in our way. Because that creates shields on us and lets them wreck us. Alright. But chew your own clothes. Huh. We are going to have to tune using all of these. I think we're in trouble. Okay. Struggle. Oh, goodness. Don't die. Okay. At least we've gotten this out, but this is bothersome. I mean, I just worry about you. No, but you might turn into a toy Optimus Prime. You'd only turn into the real Optimus Prime if it was metals you were getting in your blood. And oh, actually, that won't do anything for you because that's right. Because it consumed all that aura right then. Okay, cool. So at least right now we've kind of kept ourselves safe. Okay. Well, we may have to retry things. We don't have enough to tune, do we? Well, we do, actually. Yeah, keep that in mind. Let's use this now, because we're running low on dice. Then we can get a nice switch out. Yeah, this is good. Cool. Put hours down, and that will lead to Escapade probably taking a fat hit. Go for your Great Axe Strike. It's not even that good. Oh, but... Oh, oops. Well then, we may be in some trouble. So we can switch out. Just get back over there. Next round's gonna be fun. Okay. We will have the first advantage, though. And we could just play this on Esco. Maybe we should. It's just funny to say Bala. I don't think anyone can really deny that. And yeah, all of the aura has been consumed each time. It has not been able to make use at all of any of the... Oh, any of the self-crystallization. That's actually hilarious. Okay. Use that there. To the point that the geo application isn't even showing. Ah. If you kill me... Well, we'll just switch around a little bit. Then it'll end its round. Okay, there we go. I don't have nightmares and I don't talk in my sleep. Sorry. So that's all those matches done. I'll be getting... Next week and the week after that, there'll be 12 more throughout. Just trying to think. 12 more. Yeah, I'll be able to... I won't have to spend anything until the next patch comes out. I can just get the new cards. Yeah. And you cry and scream. Oops, that's curtains for me. Shall we play another round? It's not curtains, it's cards. This guy is blind. Okay, so what is he gonna say if we lose to him? Okay. I'm glad that I've managed to get people on board with, the whole Bala thing. It's my win, guess I've still got it after all. Good game. Yeah, exactly. You were able to win by us just resigning. Fantastic. Okay, so in that case, there are 2 quests in Dornman Port. I mean, not counting, of course, the world quest that is mostly just Temple of Space. I've never had sleep paralysis. You're gonna make me kind of wish I had. This is dangerous. Ah, well, I am going to take a quick Balathrum break, and I'll return shortly. BRP. Yeah, no, there were no ghosts or anything, it's just you couldn't move. I would feel kind of cheated. I'll be right back.
Getting a jacket. Okay. I had to move it. Yeah, I had to move it out of the living room. I'm back. Yeah, what do you mean animations? As in better emotes? Yeah. I'll look into that. Eventually. No, I mean it's they sure will. That's what was going on there. So, it's a quest in town by one of the taverns. And there's a woman we have to talk to start the other one. Okay. See this here. Oh, we can buy some frith. Let's get some Taste of the North. Harbor fish brew. Oh, it's a fish brochure. That's funny. Oh, you don't sell recipes. I don't know how we're gonna get that. Okay. Well, Barca. It's supposed to be. So probably down at the right side of town. You'll have to go to a tavern and there we can. Oh, Welland's right there. That's fun. Yeah, exactly. She's learning that so she can kill me. I always take a look manually and just see where there all is, but it looks like quite the crowd over there. Paimon wonders what they're talking about. That's a quest. Matthew wouldn't know Odolf. The knights have already been there more times than I can count. Well, I've been in Snezhnaya lately. This is actually the first I've heard the knights have all been to the lighthouse, so it happened. I don't think I should reveal any more details about my residence in the presence of someone who's going to use that information against me. What do you think? The alarm of the old lighthouse still flickers from time to time. At first ones would shout, "The abyss, it's the abyss." The knights took him seriously and went in fully armed, only to find there wasn't a single trace of the abyss. After running back and forth like that a few times, they were completely worn out. If you ask me, it's just the old alarm mechanisms beneath the lighthouse wearing down, but well, there have been some rumors lately. Well, if I did have a chimney, I'd put a bunch of spikes at the bottom so you could drop. I did see that. And I do wonder in what sense they meant that. I'd put a bunch of spikes at the bottom so if you tried to slide down the chimney, you'd impale yourself. And then I would just roast you over the fire and turn you into bala kebab. Kebabala. That's me, it's just the old alarm mechanism beneath the lighthouse wearing down, but well, there have been some rumors lately regarding a ghost. Oh goodness, what kind of rumors could that be? Rumors that the ghosts of knights fallen in battle long ago are the ones still seen wandering there. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just let you kill me? Ghosts? Well, you two don't yell and talk about scary things. You guys are even scarier than ghosts. Sorry, Paimon, didn't mean to. It's alright, it's alright. Conversations are always livelier with more people, and you are. You introduce yourselves to the group at the table. The traveler in Paimon, oh, I see. By the way, how is Winslow doing these days? I mean, are you implying that I should let you break into my house and kill me without putting up any resistance? He was terrified by the light from the alarm. Living in the old lighthouse with mechanisms going off all the time would drive anyone crazy. I heard he's been acting a little crazy lately. Probably the guy we found in the central tower who thought we were ghosts. Well, what I mean is that she's implying that I shouldn't even try to protect myself and just let her kill me. Why would I do that? And just Glock you? Just shoot you? Oh. Let me check. Let me see.
What I'm gonna do... I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. This... 950 caliber. The biggest sporting rifle ever produced. Biggest thing other than an actual cannon you can shoot. It'll be vaporized. Completely. Bring your own gun. Interesting. Let me see. Worst gun for home defense. Okay. Worst gun for home defense. Let me see that. I don't have the Gladiator Bloodline. Just can't find it. I can't... It was originally green text. I can't find it. I can only find the Reddit copy pasta version. Whatever. You have to... Okay. Now, I had to think this through because it posed an interesting question. What is the provably worst gun for home defense? A 22 single-shot rifle is at least small and quick to point. A Barrett M82 is at least going to instantly stop whatever it hits. Even a good old-fashioned musket is going to do good damage and won't hurt your ears. Now I want to know what the undisputable worst home defense gun in the world is, and I have found it. This is the 950 JDJ Flatmac. It is a 100-pound, 5-foot-long rifle that shoots a 1-pound solid brass bullet at 2,220 feet per second. It is a non-NFA item only because the ATF gave it a sporting exemption as a joke, as if anybody is going to hunt with this. This round would be overkill for hunting blue whales. I would like to paint a picture for you. It's 2 a.m. and you hear a window break in your living room. This is the worst day this could happen, as every single one of your guns was lost in a tragic boating accident this morning. All were lost except for one. You look across your room and dread at your anti-kaiju rifle. You now know what you have to do, but you don't know if you have the strength to do it, both literally and figuratively. Heaving the rifle into your arms, you load a 950 cartridge and begin to waddle towards the door. Your feet make a loud thud as you take each 6-inch step. You know the intruders hear you. You hope they do. Perhaps they will run and spare the world the suffering that is about to befall it. You try to set the rifle down, but end up clipping your bedroom door, and it is immediately knocked off its hinges by this battering ram in your hands. You attempt to round the corner, bonking the muzzle against the doorframe and adjacent wall across the hall at least 4 times. To your horror, 2 invaders stand there at the end of the hall. With a heavy heart, you raise the rifle to your shoulder while making inhuman grunting noises from the strain of attempting some semblance of a shooting position. The burglars simply stare in disbelief, unable to process the situation they are witnessing, as if in a dream. You cannot aim the rifle, as the last time you fired the gun, it turned your $3,000 Leopold into a kaleidoscope. You simply hold it at an angle that appears correct and fire. You are immediately knocked to the floor, as if hit by a semi-truck going 20 miles per hour. The shot connected with one of the criminals and it erased him from existence. Even the memories of him have been destroyed, and you're wondering why you just shot into an empty hallway. This is what happened to Wanderer. The shot continues to travel through at least 4 houses, a car, and a 10-ton boulder, before lodging itself 20 feet into a nearby hill, never to be seen again. It's at this point you realize you cannot hear. The surviving burglar can't hear either, but he's also on fire from the muzzle blast and is currently vacating your home. You don't care. Your shoulder is dislocated, and there's a hole in your brand new AR-500 refrigerator. You're crying now. The police arrive, and upon seeing the scene, start laughing. You start crying harder. Yeah, basically. What happened is she started threatening me. Yeah. Yeah. She used to do karate, baladi, and she can't do it anymore because one of her arm is busted, but she used to. Heard he's been acting a little crazy lately. Then again, you can say that's his well-deserved punishment. Why do you even care about him, Matthew? Well, I don't want to get injured. That would make my life worse. Well, we can't just leave the alarm mechanism as it is. As a matter of fact, I live near the old lighthouse, and besides, there might be something else down there. I won't be able to rest easy until we go and check it out. We can't just leave poor old Winslow stuck there either, right? Wait, if that's the case, then the thing we ran into outside the old lighthouse earlier, the one Paimon almost ate, the other one that looks suspicious. Okay, but why would I get an injury if I can avoid it? You're failing to explain this. Question? How you two ran into something near the old lighthouse, Mayama? Could it be a ghost? No, we met someone who looked frantic and completely out of it. Probably the person living the old lighthouse, right? Winslow, yep. I'm going to help Winslow. Why would I do that? I want to live as long as possible, or at least until this game EOS's. Just so we're clear, the area below used to be an ancient battlefield. I'm not risking my life down there. Besides, even the Knights of Favonius have checked it out, and the problem still hasn't been solved. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is really cool. What's crazy is that, I mean, all the Gracies are actually involved in Brazilian politics. I mean, I'm not going to, I mean, you know what I think of that, but you know what I think of it, but they're actually all Bolsonaro's friends, which is wild. But Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the only sort of pure martial art, quote-unquote, that's actually really usable in an actual fight situation. I mean, MMA, I guess. But again, that's not pure, it's mixed. You know, it takes the techniques from other martial arts that actually work worth a damn and uses them. Oh, and yeah, Muay Thai and Judo, yeah. Judo, Muay Thai, and mostly. As in, are you saying ones that are actually usable in a real situation? Yeah. BJJ is the big one, but also, I believe Judo and Muay Thai as well. But I mean, to be fair, if you ever got in a street fight, first and foremost, you'd want to be armed. But besides, even the Knights of Favonius have checked out, the problem still hasn't been solved. That means we'll need someone even more reliable than the Knights, say a great hero who had to save Mondstadt in the past, for example. Hey. And where exactly could anyone find a hero like that? No further for the great hero standing right here. Oh no, they're coming for our heads. French Revolution. Well, you do happen to be here, and you know what they say, there is no greater beauty to be found in this world than that of first in chance. To be honest, even if you're not here, I was planning to investigate on my own anyway. Ah, brave heroes, forgive my bluntness, but might you possibly entertain my humble request for help? Ah, but there are those annoying ghosts. Ah, but some stories say ghosts linger only to guard treasures hidden deep in the mountains. Oh, treasure, and Palm on the treasure lover, Palm takes the bait so easily. It's not about the treasure traveler, that person living in the old lighthouse sounds really miserable. I knew you two wouldn't refuse. If there were no treasure at all, I'd still be more than happy to offer some compensation for this adventure. Do you start foaming at the mouth? Do you start biting? In fact, I should make some preparations myself, traveler. How about we meet later at the foot of the old lighthouse? Sounds like too much trouble. I'm staying out of it. I had too much to drink and need to lie down. Leonard. Go home and get some proper rest, Leonard. So, best of luck to you all. And Odolph, even with the travel around, don't do anything reckless. Of course. And they're here right now. Head to the base of the old lighthouse. Groovy. It's a strange Odolph is being unusually eager this time. Wasn't there some bad blood between him and Winslow? I hear about Winslow. I expect at least a few sarcastic remarks from him. Okay, we can't go inside this. Okay. Let's actually heal real quick. I haven't been in a fight since middle school, and I'm happy to keep things that way for a number of reasons. We can use that, I suppose. But again, let's go and just get a bit of healing before we really go back in. And this quest is Winds Beneath the Tower of Silence. Are we Zoroastrian now? You learned in the tavern that the alarm at Dorman Port's old lighthouse seems to be malfunctioning. Rumors say that it's caused by ghosts beneath the lighthouse. So in other words, it was people you decided to attack of your own accord who weren't fighting back? Goodness. She's evil. She might not like you saying that. I'll leave it at that. So now we can get inside, can't we? Yep, to the base of the old lighthouse, all the way down there. So now we can use whatever this mechanism is. Now this does remind me a little bit of the Mausoleum in the Red City in DS3. I mean, to be fair, there are multiple possible criteria for what constitutes a tomboy. But I know you don't want to be one, so let's respect your wishes. let's go and take these up. And more floors. As in, you were a tomboy and aren't now, or what by that specifically? Let's go and plant these, and this works as a tracker to make sure we don't over the cap. Good stuff. Oh. She might actually get to 10 before this patch is over, even. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, nah, probably not. Most likely not. Cry. Let's go back here. That's the closest spot. I mean, not to be too crass, but it's not really used colloquially much anymore. Like, honestly, it's at this point, it's basically a fetish term. Okay, here he is. Udolf. Oh, it's you. You arrived even sooner than I expected. Still need more time to prepare, then I'll come back later. Well, I don't think that's it. Probably just expect us to need more time. Let's see this here. I mean, people don't use it anymore. Really at all. Okay. And there's nothing specifically that said if we don't do the pre-quest dialogue. Okay. And alright then. We haven't missed anything. Okay. Yeah, and it's a Korean song. I don't think, you know, how Koreans use English can't really be taken as any indication of how English is used by native English speakers. Okay, get drunk and argue with us. Still need more time to prepare, then I'll come back later. I mean, I know it exists. My mom dances to K-pop, you know, like dudes replicating K-pop choreography for exercise. I don't listen to it on my own. No, that's not what I meant, sorry. Not what I meant, sorry, I should have chosen my words more wisely. It's a good thing you arrived early. Me neither, actually. Not since college. For example, it means we can start the investigation sooner. Yeah, for better or worse, there is no such thing as a healthy amount of alcohol. It's literally poison. You're free to poison yourself, but it's poison. Take a look. This is the kind of mechanism that's been sounding the alarm it activates because of the wind. There's a ghost right here, right now. Oh my, looks like there's a ghost among the three of us then. I can assure you I'm a living person. I was drinking beer just now. He drinks. I'm a living person too. Just take NyQuil. So the ghost is Paimon. That's not right. Uh-oh. A shade, maybe. Not a ghost, though. How would it appear that there are no ghosts among us? In that case, the alarm probably wasn't triggered by a ghost. I think it could be the abnormal airflow. Old-fashioned mechanisms like this tend to grow overly sensitive. Even the slightest movement can set them off. Rudolph knows so much about this mechanism. Well, I am a local. It's only natural that locals know a few secrets outsiders don't. Yeah, local, that explains it. Alarm mechanisms are considered local customs now. If an alarm mechanism has been around for a long time, it eventually becomes part of local customs and traditions, just like the windmills in Mondstadt. I've never blacked out. The worst is that I drank a bit of Everclear, I guess. You know, like a little teaspoon of it. So I wouldn't have to drink more, because it's... I don't like beer much. It's fattening. I gotta stay skinny. Did you end up breaking and eating the contents of a thermometer? Tispy. Anyway, that's not the point. The mechanism itself is just overly sensitive. The real issue is the wind that shouldn't be blowing out from the underground ruins. Wind coming up from underground, that does sound unsettling when I put it that way. In any case, we won't know the exact cause until we go down there. Piquet. But the door is closed right now. These doors are all connected to the alarm. Since the alarm is malfunctioning, the doors are broken too. Perhaps Winslow did something. No. She wasn't tipsy, she was tispy. We need to ask her about that. I heard he shut every door he could trying to block out whatever it was. In the end, he just locked out the kind-hearted people like us. I mean, it's basically as pure as alcohol can get. The only thing that can keep out all evils is an open heart and a clear conscience. But no matter, I know another route, one only us locals know. Let's head down that way. Go to the other entrance to the ruins at the base of the lighthouse. The lighthouse. Knights of Onius Ruins, B1, B2, B3. Wonder what's up top. It's not good. It doesn't taste like anything other than just alcohol. You use it if you need alcohol for something. Honestly, its most genuine use is sanitizing things. Let me see what happens if we try to get up to the lighthouse now. What would your magical Bala element be? That's my question. When I drank, I was only a social drinker. I never did it solo, but I have that East Asian gene that makes you, you know, not process alcohol as well. So it wasn't something I ever particularly enjoyed. I kind of liked the taste, but... Are you proud of him for drinking? It's probably what it is, right? And Gebhard, Ranged Company veteran. Kaya mentioned. We'll talk to you later. As in fall down, or, you know, make mistakes, or... There's nothing seemingly up here. You can't do it out of pride yet. That's next month. There was some discourse about... apparently they tried to make a boy Precure once. But a lot of people thought he just looked like a lesbian. Oh, fish. Fish? So actually it's just down by the docks here. How far could we get in before the... Oh, okay. As expected, Winslow doesn't know about this path. He hasn't noticed yet. Didn't even bother closing the door here. Let's head inside and take a look. So could we have explored this even before the quest? And okay, this is... it's only 2 pieces, my goodness. Fih. Fih is calling. Will you pick up? You should just go to bars at this point, honestly. If you don't already. I think that might solve some of your issues. Okay. Wise. I think they're the ones in danger. Okay. And... Wind is here, and... Is that the guy? Is that... I don't remember what Winslow looks like. Okay, so we would be stopped here if the quest wasn't active. Yeah, exactly. You might end up eating him or something. Goodness knows. Can we use a charge attack to... I guess we'll push it as part of the quest. No, don't come closer, don't come closer, stop flashing. Flashing? I am not that uncouth. Oh dear, Winslow. Who was there? I locked all the doors. How to get in here? How can a cosplay be lesbian? What does that even mean? Ghost, please apologize. Don't come any closer. Oh, that looks really bad. He's barely making any sense. The White Ghost is here. Paimon, Thoughts from men in Winslow nearly faints on the spot. After Odolph's comforting words, he finally calms down and regains some of his senses. I mean, what do you mean, like, short hair on a woman? Is she, like, really butch, or... Like, what do you... There are multiple ways that could be obvious. Is she, like, carrying 5 lesbian flags or something? Is it, you know, shaded in the colors of the lesbian flag? Man, I don't know what you're talking about. Just... Let's move on. Feeling better. Winslow, better? What do you mean better? Odolph, what are you doing here? You came to laugh at me, didn't you? And you even brought that white thing with you just to scare me. You locals, all of you, always push me away. You're jealous that I live here, you people. Calm down, Winslow. You're here to help you. We've always been helping you. When you were shouting about moving those damp, horrible, troublesome things from down below out to the fields beyond the port, we were the ones who stepped in and tried to stop you. Back then I told you there will be consequences, Winslow, and it hurts me to see you like this. You. And then, just these past few days, I returned from Sneznai. He is Sneznai, and yep, and heard that you were being tormented by... No, not... Is he Sneznaian, or did he just visit? Well, whatever. Being tormented by some ghosts, I immediately brought the Traveler and Paimon here that can solve this problem. We've always been trying to help you, Winslow. Who knows if you're doing this on purpose. So even if you don't trust me, you should trust the Traveler. He's an honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Sometimes it can be easier to be around strangers than people you know. I'll say that much. That's enough, Winslow. Staying here isn't doing any favors for your sanity. Look at this poor fellow, Traveler Paimon. I'll take him up above to get some fresh air, and we'll leave the ruins to you. If we fail, then we'll become one of them, too. Seriously, there you go, saying creepy things again. Stop scaring people like that. I doubt whatever's down there is that dangerous. Well then, best of luck getting everything sorted out. Yeah, we definitely will. Odolph leads the unsteady pale Winslow away from the ruins beneath the lighthouse. It's our turn! Odolph did say that some of these doors are connected to the alarm mechanisms. Disable the alarm mechanisms. Let's try blocking the wind first. Okay. I mean, the main thing is that... Well, the wind has really stopped. That alarm isn't flashing anymore. The door's open too. A male pretty cure. That's just a common rider. I mean, lots of things are weird. Freedom is not caring about whether people think you're weird or not. And we're stuck on the crate. Okay. Alright. You okay there? No, not really. We can't plunge or anything. Okay, can't glide or anything. It's 2. Yeah, we're going to have to teleport back. Okay. Good news. It was quite funny. Wait, do you mean the plunge or the maid outfit? Oh, you meant the maid outfit. Okay. Did you do it because someone wanted you to, or of your own accord? Your own Honda Accord. Is there anything up here? Does not appear to be the case. You know, I suppose I'm glad you like it. But my job is to torture you, actually, so... If you like it, I failed. Let's see. Your mechanism here is flashing non-stop. We're gonna get stuck. We can get inside it. It's gonna drop, right? Well, it's a physics object, so something's going to happen, right? There we are. How many more teleport waypoints are there here? There are 2 more. 2 more. Are there any we haven't gotten over in... Okay, it is literally just these ones over on the skin tag, Stormbearer Mountain skin tag with Mr. Churldrick over here. Again, we've got placeholder islands over this way, and some modeled islands over here that aren't on the map yet. Wonder if that's where they're gonna add the boss for 6.7's character. Maybe. Real quick. Oh, that's right there. This site was a designated segment domain town by its former owner. Her business neither aesthetic sense or sentiment. Long ago, it stood upon the surface as a temple devoted to a goddess often invoked alongside time. In the wake of a disaster, it was lifted into the heavens. Its presence and shadow had turned sight. From then on, it served as a quiet watchtower over the world. The ruins behind were eventually expanded and transformed into a sanatorium. Oh, so that's why the sanatorium was the original site of the temple. Okay. They didn't add this little peninsula when they added this. And they still, after 5+ years, have not added this skin tag, and they made it bigger by adding Shenyu Vale, and there should be a weekly boss here at this point. That would be funny. Whatever. Okay. So I guess there's not all that much left. Try to disable the mechanism. Look, Traveler, could that be the main control switch? Maybe. Got some slimes in there. Okay. And close. Oh, that's gonna drop. Well, be careful. Continue investigating the lighthouse ruins. Well, we kind of have to go through there, huh? Even though we avoided the trapdoor. What do you mean on a hot take on Italy and Rome? I guess my hot take is that out of everything I've eaten that's Italian, the thing I liked most was Nduja, which is this soft spreadable pork sausage. And that's Calabria, the southeast peninsula of mainland Italy. I mean, I'd like to visit again one day, but I'd have to do it during, something other than the summer, because it was stupidly hot. I mean, frankly, I don't know whether I'll ever fly in an airplane again in my life. With fuel shortages and all the airline closures, it's probably going to be something only for really rich people again, as it originally was. Well, I would have to only be in Sicily. I would have to just be in Sicily and that's it. That would be a Bala visit, yeah. Not an Italy visit. If you want that, I guess. Fan meetup in Sicily and you kill me, I guess. Okay. Okay. Well, let's jump down. Don't really have a choice here, huh? Let's see. Switch to Animo and... at least the range is okay. It's a shame that they haven't... I wonder if they'll ever, because that's some easy quality of life that they're probably saving for when people get really angry. Making treasure compasses in older regions work like the Nod-Krai ones and the Temple of Space one. It would be physical torture. And that's... okay. We have not been to Basement 4-2 yet. We went all the way to Basement 3. Skipped the second. Sun coming out of there. Huh, it's just slimes. Defeat the attacking monsters. Okay, we got kind of stuck. Alright. See ya. Oh, it's more of you. Wow. What is going on? So many tombstones here. Disable the alarm mechanism to open the path. Could these strange winds really be caused by ghosts? And... can't read these ones. Couple of swords here and there. Eroded tombstone. Looks like this is a grave from a long time ago. The inscription on the tombstone is no longer legible. However, you can see that the grave has been tended to quite recently. Okay. See, the wind here is blowing real hard too. If we open the door, that would block the wind like before. Isn't that right? When are we going to actually get back to the bottom of the lighthouse? Well, good thing we have a Claymore character with us. And, oh, that slides down. Blocks it on its own. Okay, cool. The thing about torture is that the person getting tortured usually doesn't have a say in the matter. Tortoise. Some Animo slimes there, and this is the basement floor. The biggest one by far. Let's open back up if we kill these slimes. Oh, alright. I keep on dodging. Oh well. Oh, look! Hi. That does not appear to have opened this back up. Oh well. We can glide. I didn't know you liked me that much. But go ahead. Kidding. But, you eating pizza or something? You know, Earthbound was advertised as a game with a one-handed control scheme so you could eat pizza while you played. Is the alarm mechanism here flashing a little too quickly? Oh my goodness, Animo Grana. You're as beautiful as the day I left. Okay. V Pizza. What flavor? Oh, and what is this gate? Will we be able to get rid of that at all? Probably not. Yeah, don't think too hard about what I said there. And that's water, so it guaranteed vaporizes? Perhaps. Well, again, you know, if I kill you, then I'm doing my job as well. 3 slices, pepperoni, and pineapple on pizza. I've never had it, actually. You know, people make such a fuss about it, but it'd be pretty good. I like pineapple. Well, I like fruit, but as I've gotten older, I've gotten less fond of sweet flavors. That alarm was flashing so fast earlier, Palmon really thought there's something dangerous. But now it looks like there's nothing at all. No abyss monsters, no ghosts either. We're gonna get ganked. It almost feels a little lonely. Loneliness is the most frightening thing of all. What is it Palmon doesn't understand at all? You can dry out the pineapple slightly first. That's usually what you do if you're gonna actually put it there. Where did that strong wind just now come from? Wait, it's coming from above. Oh, it's an eye of the storm. Something just fell from above. Eek. Oh, it turns out it's the eye of the storm. Unheralded storm emitter. This is the ghost. Okay. Well, we can vaporize you, I guess. Cool. And thanks. What? You were too high for that. Okay. That's over. Now that we don't have that strange wind blowing anymore, the alarm problem should be licked as well. Let's go back and look for Odolph and Winslow. You know, you would think that the best part of the pineapple would be the flavor, but I guess I'm wrong again. Okay. Did we get a ancient Mondstadt Royal Seal? What about a sea lion? And I gotta put together a viridescent set for Prune, but for now, let's level up. Well, we could, couldn't we? Perhaps. Forgot that I changed this guy's outfit, that's right. Okay. Well, better a pineapple than a ball apple. Okay. And it's outside there. Up top, huh? Okay. You know, if we can't be nice to each other, I'm glad, as in, if Bala and I can never find peace, I'm glad that she can at least be nice to someone who's nice to her. That's probably good. Thanks to the old lighthouse, which... So what is this over here, if anything? Nothing? Oh, we can scale up this way. Okay. What are you trying to say here? Is that to him or to me? Goodness. Thank you for believing in me. Oh, this is actually... Wait. So... That wasn't locked off before, was it? Could we just go in from the other side? Interesting. I'm Bimba. Okay, let's avoid that. I'll just take these guys out, sure. Thank you. Oh my goodness. It is kind of nice that most of his damage is coming from just having other characters of a certain element in the party. And you've fallen down somewhere. Oh! How did you get stuck here? What in the... Okay. And... Go ahead. And that did take you out. Yeah, but it's not as if there was a chest there, if anything. Okay. Let's return to the base of the old Ball Lighthouse. Yeah. I never tried going down there before. Maybe I should pop into someone else's world and see what I can do if I go around the other way. Okay. And now this should open, right? It's not glowing anymore. What is this? Odolph, we're back. How's it going? Any more problems with the alarm? No, it stopped flashing. Goodness, that was fast. You two really solved the problem in no time. Yeah, so about that wind earlier. The wind must be the cries of fellow knights who refuse to leave this place. The flashing of the alarm was only meant to alert us. Oh wait, the ghosts never meant to harm you, Winslow. They were only upset by the idea of being driven away. Really? They were heroes who gave up their lives fighting the abyss here. How could they ever wish you harm? It's all thanks to the Traveler and Palma. They are honorary knights of the Knights of Vonis and also top-tier ghost negotiation experts. Oh, well, that title does sound kind of cool. That what crashed just now, it sounded like the force split apart. You two weren't hurt, were you? Not a bit. That's a relief. I was a little worried just now. As for that noise, it was the Traveler and Palma negotiating with the ghosts the Knights of Vonis through. Not a scratch. Through a form of super spiritual arm wrestling. Locals all know about it, and it's a perilous method to appease the angry ghosts indeed. Super spiritual arm wrestling, really, it was just an old cave-in and a simple flick of the wrist. Such sheer power bringing down ancient ruins during an arm wrestling match with a ghost. Just another day in the life of the master negotiator Traveler. In any case, after the negotiation, the ghost's anger should have settled. Then they won't come out to cause trouble anymore. No, I mean, they won't come out and mess with the alarm again, right? It's hard to say, Winslow. It depends on how you behave. I mean, it was just an eye of the storm, creating wind. I've been on my best behavior these past 2 days. I cleared the weeds around the heroes' graves and carefully cleaned their tombstones. But not goodness, well done, Winslow. The Traveler's negotiation went smoothly, and your efforts helped too. If you could stay this way forever, the spirits of the fallen would surely rest easy in their graves. After all, if they can rest in peace, why they bother coming back to stir up trouble? Relax, Winslow, you see, things always work out in the end. If the alarm malfunctions again, we can always ask the Traveler to come negotiate on your behalf. So you're right, Odolph. My thanks to you as well. Alright, that is for the Traveler and Palma. Thank you for what you've done for us. Please take this. This is the thing I mentioned preparing earlier. I knew you would be able to resolve this. Oh, it's really a reward. Palma thought you were preparing some kind of adventuring gear. I know my limits. I can handle business well enough, but adventuring is not my strength. Alright, my friends, come by the tavern again sometime. Next time we can chat about something a little more interesting. Okay. And... it's someone else who should apologize. The sentry mechanism beneath the old tower no longer flickers in the raging wind. Killed the eye of the storm. And it... can we actually ever go through here? Probably not, right? Let me see. I... should be above this in theory. Yeah, thank you, by the way. I'd say the two of you were quite nice. As for myself, that's a better question. So I guess these don't open up. Yeah, just because a gate shows up under elemental sight does not mean it's actually openable. Tortimer from Animal Crossing. Interesting. But it... be around here. Let's just check that real quick. Oh, I know that's what you meant. I know that's what you meant. Does not appear that that's actually openable. That's kind of lame. Or actually, yeah, Well... yeah. So it... Oh, interesting. No, we can actually. Can get to the other side, but we can't open it. So no real purpose was served by that. Okay. And that's the normal way out. So there's one quest over here in Millhaven, but... Oh. I think I'll grab a quick snacky poo. Be our snack. Yeah, be our snack. You're going to be our snack. We're going to eat you. Cannibal. That's not true. It's only when you're here. Sometimes you're not here. I don't talk about eating you when you're not here. There would be no point. Yeah, that happened twice, actually. Nowadays, I do that because I'm tired. But I just picked up a bagel. People got bagels. They did not get any cream cheese, surprisingly. Correct. Reveal Crimson Trap. Cursive. Okay. So this is prune. Okay. I'll check this in a bit. Alice. Weave. And we don't need to tear that down. We can do that later. You're misgendering Bala. Crazy. Oh. I don't care about you when you are here. We're enemies. Leopoldine. What a name. Really? I got some perfume flowers. So, not again. Why does this keep happening? The field's a mess. Oh. Let me see if there's anything in that class. Variants. Yeah. Okay, so if we had actually chosen the other option, nearly everything that needed doing is already done. You still need more time to prepare. What I said just now was a complaint. It was a compliment. Punctuality is rare. Most only keep others waiting. Sometimes arriving early is a virtue in itself. Let me see. Other variants. Yeah. Yeah, local. That explains it. You didn't understand a word of that, did you? That's not important, my friends. And... yeah, there was nothing different, actually. Simple flick of the wrist, something only the traveler could pull off. The starting location, we have some people there. We could find Udolf again. Let's actually go do that. I don't think that was my cough, actually. Field's a mess. At this rate, I won't be able to deliver the flowers on time. What am I supposed to tell my customers? What happened? Look at this, the whole field's wrecked. These flowers were coming in beautifully, and now they're ruined. Well, because of that menace. That's inhuman. Dennis. I know, right? Well, not human at all. Actually, it's a forest boar. For some reason, it keeps coming down here lately, nibbling the flowers and flopping around in the middle of the field. It's slippery. The moment anyone hears it and heads over, it takes off. It's now nearly barreled into an elderly man passing by. It's outrageous. It smells a real boar, I tell you. Actually, it's a boar. Wait, hold on. Aren't you the honorary knight, the hero who saved Mondstadt? Then please, I really need your help. This is what this makes me feel. Okay. Glad you like the mechanical keyboard. I had to use my old laptop again a bit recently with, you know, the crappy membrane keyboard, and it just felt so bad. That was fun. Alright, I'll chase it off. That's such a relief. I think it headed toward the valley. It's a clever beast. You might have to lure it out with flowers, though. Well, you can see what's left of mine. Maybe grab a few windrest flowers along the way and use them as bait. Would serve it right to get fooled for once. Which valley? Forest spore pauses for the balloon. Track down the forest spore. Near the far field of Millhaven. Oh, we can get a recipe. Now left in disarray, you notice a woman sighing in frustration. A brief exchange reveals the cause of the chaos. A forest boar has been trampling the flowers. Some of these poor flowers are completely ruined. I'll have to replant the whole patch, honestly. I mean, usually it's just a username or your own name. I don't know your name. Oh, and it's another alert put up by Prune. Let's go back over to the tavern and the docks. Odolph. Hey, Traveler and Palmon and Traveler, thanks again for your help. At least Winslow stopped harping on about moving the graves of those knights who fought the Abyss. Odolph. Speaking of which, Palmon thought it was strange. Those winds were created by the Eye of the Storm, yet you told Winslow it was the ghost of the Knights of Favonius. The ghost was none other than you, Odolph. Or are you sure they just took a sip of beer? Can ghosts drink beer? This ghost you see is quite distinct from what you're referring to. Dear oh dear, I thought I'd hidden it pretty well. Wait, does that mean there were never any ghosts to begin with, and this was all Odolph's tricks? Well, presumably. Upon my word, the word trick has never been used with such remarkable precision. I mean, it was just a matter of someone needed to go and clear out that Eye of the Storm, and it was us in the end. I adjusted the mechanism and added a word that attracts elemental creatures. At first, I only meant to scare Winslow a little. Oh, no, he set it all up. If it had just drawn in a few Animo slums, it would have wandered off on their own after a few days. Then business in Snezhnaya came up, so I assumed the whole thing would boil over by the time I returned. Instead, it attracted an Eye of the Storm. Yeah, that made things far more complicated. Just didn't want him to move to those graves. I never meant for him to end up like that. So I thanked Barbados for his divine intervention when you two arrived. How about if we never came? I would try to drive the Eye of the Storm away myself or tell the Knights of Favonius the truth. But if Winslow found out the truth, he'll probably explode, maybe even smash the tombstones. That's just how he's been all these years. Really helped me out a lot, Traveler and Paimon. On behalf of the Knights of Favonius who gave their lives here fighting the Abyss, I thank you. Well, something feels a little weird, by judging by the results, we did something good. I just name them after characters from other stuff you like. That's the best way to do it. Don't outsource your thinking to other people. It makes you stupid. Ah, yes, if there was anyone to blame, let it be me. The only thing that can keep out all evils is an open heart and a clear conscience. In the end, I could not live up to that myself. Knowing better and actually doing better are two very different things, you know, but I am reflecting on it. If the Animo Archon is watching, please just let me off the hook this once. And beer still saves best in Mondstadt. Substances now just isn't the same, or I won't keep you. Enjoy the beer. Catch you later, friend. Exactly. So where is... It's our one-time post-quest dialogue. Forest Spore is... Oh, it's just back over in Millhaven. Means this valley, presumably. Okay. so how best are we gonna get up there? Well, we just follow the path. Alright, we've got a good amount of windrest flowers. Look at all these petals. Maybe that troublemaking forest boar ran off this way. She probably sells something, doesn't she? Well, we'll see. Well, plenty of boars over there. Let's shoot him. Alright, well, alright. I know you were. That forest boar that rolled all over the flowers probably hasn't scampered off too far. That was the joke. Let's change the animal. They even gave it a little arena. Oh, Pum doesn't think this is the right way. Trevor would head back and take another look. Right, the lady by the flower field said we can lure the forest boar with the windrest flowers. I mean, I just don't know. Place 3 windrest flowers. Oh, we got a good amount. Attract the forest boar. Perfuming, Emily mentioned. Wait for the forest boar to appear. Wait until 8 o'clock the next day. It's sparkling, but we can't interact with it. Okay. Well, let's do that. And she saw the forest boar ruining the flower field. Well, it really came out. Must really love windrest flowers, huh? Like them as much as you want, but ruining the flower field is not okay. Some brew to face justice. And it fights like the Snowball King. Windrest flowers can lure the forest boar and choose a direction, causing its word to break. So it's bash into various parts of the terrain. Makes sense. Hi. Oh, you have a hilarious amount of HP. Oh my goodness. And we can try to take advantage of this damage window, but... No, I worry. Okay. Gonna ward back up? Perhaps. Yeah, and it is just the Snowball King. Alright. Yep. Let's try this one. Okay. Let's get that ready. Cool. And this means the final ward phase should kill him. Or if we really wanted to, we could actually blitz it down normally. But my lord, does it have lots of HP? Okay, oh! That jump attack is actually satanic. What in the... Okay. Well, you can go to this rock this time. That's fine. Do it. Charge me. And it's over. Thank you. Let's hurry back and tell the flower field lady know it's all taken care of. And that big troublemaker's finally gone. Okay. I don't know, hooker cosplay? That was mean. I'm sorry. Okay. That was fast. I guess maybe we have to gather more flowers if we didn't have any initially. That might have been its own objective. Oh, cool. I mean, that's all the quests. Now it's just exploration. We're back. How did it go? We chased it off. Oh, thank you so much, Hero. This is for your trouble. Work deserves payment after all. I can finally get the flower field back in order. Let's just hope no more inhuman visitors show up again. Cool. And at Millhaven's morning place. Got a few rewards, another chest, and they just throw chests at us these days. We said should put an end to the forest boar barging in and wrecking everything, so I can focus on growing my flowers again. Let's see if there's 4 flowers. There anything we could have seen in that quest otherwise? Step 6 won't remove anything from the inventory, at least. That's nice. But it is basically the same as the Great Snowboard King. Quest exclusive enemies are fun. And yeah, nothing there. Break that ward. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else there. Okay. So the real question is, do we explore this area right now, or do we go to the Temple of Space? I'm inclined to go to the Temple of Space, honestly. But it's... you can choose, I guess. Now, on that note... apparently this is actually a way to go there. There's a teleport there now. It would probably be this, so we'll do this one then. Just to make you happy. I mean, neither of them are annoying. Exploration in this game has not been annoying, quote-unquote, at all since either Inazuma or Sumeru, depending on how you want to define it. Animo. Amino. Okay. See how that teleport goes. And it's the fake tombstone epitaph. One lifetime doesn't count. You have to come back from the dead. Oh, and this is the one that sends you to Temple of Space. You have to fly up. Automatic path. Not if we impact it. Okay. Huh? Wait. I guess there's no longer an actual teleport there once... Huh. Oh, okay. It just indicates that this is the way we got there? Does it have to sit on the hands or something? I mean, again, if anything, it makes some... No, it... There was no way to get inside there after the first time without directly teleporting, it seems. Which, again, makes some sense, but it's kind of disappointing. But again, if anything, this makes sense as the map that would be totally cut off, except for literal teleportation. It is the Temple of Space. There's nothing here, now that we've finished the quest. Cubes. Yeah. And there's nothing nearby. Yeah. This is one cage, where an author was. This was the Abyss siblings cage. Yep. Cool. It's honestly really wild that this had nothing to do with any Archon quest. Can we climb up here? Chooses Captain Hook cosplay. I mean, sorry, Boapton Hookala Blazplay. We can climb up here, there just isn't any purpose to it. Balla noises. Huh. Can we... No, not quite. How are we going to try this then? Not sure we can actually get off this here. That might be an invisible wall. It might just be an angle issue. Let's see. Let's angle more that way. Yeah, we can actually get on top here, but again, there's no point to it. He makes music. Music of the soul. And there's just nothing here. You can see bits and pieces of the temple from here, but that's it. We're just so high up. But again, it makes sense that this place would in no way really follow the rules of physical space. We can actually climb these. Wow. I mean, there's not gonna be anything on top, but still. I can only presume she's insulting me. That's a pretty safe bet. Most of the time. It's the highest one. Not quite. It's like rubies. Oh, okay. Well, you weren't insulting me. Thank you. Youch. Are you saying you liked listening to those? The old man noises? I get up here and we can keep going. This seems to be the limit. Huh. Maybe. We could make an updraft up top there. We should try that. Yeah, let's try that again. And then... not really climb is the thing. We can get slightly higher that way. We can get very top of the cage here. It's just there's no purpose to it. As this itself is also instanced. It's cool though, I suppose. You're really not supposed to be up here. And, yeah, drops you right back down the middle. It's the sun. Okay. Yeah, but this is just for the world quest. There's nothing else here. Hello. Let's go back to the entrance. This is the pathway that looks like the title screen, but notably is not really. Because the buildings are all different. Can we climb this? What? How far do we have to get before we void out? What can we do here? And obviously there's not going to be anything there, but this tempts me. Let's go up top. Can always go up this pillar. Okay. It is Asmodee's temple. That's what it is. Okay. The unknown god. From the very intro to the game. Well, even walking will do that. Ouch. Oh, okay. We go too high and it says, nope, no thank you. Wait, no, that works. So what was the difference? No, Venti works a little better, actually, at getting around here. What do you mean, hiding something? Huh? It appears that Venti has some ability... No, that's the altitude limit. Yep. Can't imagine there's much point to enforcing that, but okay. Well, we climbed one. Probably. And that sent us all the way back down. You're kidding. Hmm. Bridge over there. Ballaport. Can go on that little bridge if we don't fall off like an idiot. Sorry. Okay. So, I mean, it's nothing. You probably can't even get over there. Yep. They stop us. That's kind of lame. And yep, that doesn't send us back to the Temple of Space or anything. I mean, Sanatorium or anything. It's funny that this exists, though. But it's Path of the Forgotten World. I wonder if that means that it's replicating the architecture of a Forgotten World, like Unified Civilization, or that the temple itself is the Forgotten World and this is the path to it. Maybe both. Hmm. Double meanings are fun. Oh well. More rock. Already done the puzzles here, and it's sort of Shang Dynasty style, which again is very similar to the Zonai stuff in Tears of the Kingdom, and a little bit of Zonai in Breath of the Wild from Zelda. Harps and horns, and some Praetorian golems. You know, it's notable that their swords are all broken. I wonder if that was done deliberately by Asmodee or someone else to, you know, prevent anyone from killing each other. Crab. Crab. Seen this. Right. Some normal Fontaine machinery and a blubber beast. Yeah. I fight, kill. I mean, plainly. If we ever met each other, we would end up trying to kill each other. She would poison my food and I would die. And that would be the end of it. Okay. Nothing else around here, really. Okay. We've already filled up these cube cages. Yeah. When we were first here. And that hallway will not open again. This area is completely sectioned off. You know, maybe that'll keep me safe then. You can't poison me if you won't cook. There we go. You'll just stabble at me. Anything near the start? No. That is true. It's probably what she'll do. Now this is where we came through that corridor to get here, but I mean, that doesn't show up again. It disappears. Just like the initial pathway. Well, okay. Anything around the edges? Not really. Guess we could just try going up on the top pillar, but it's honestly kind of bare. Probably some... oh... more rocks around or something, but... honestly, it's just... the cubic structure of this place just makes me think of Similanka. And it... lots of totally floating ones. Wonder how we'd get here, what there might be. Probably nothing. It's usually the answer to this kind of question. Let's continue. Clouds and its cubes and... oh! I didn't even notice that the trees were cubic too. It's embarrassing. And it's normal pine wood. Okay. Weird place. Let's see if we can make it over there, actually. Just for kicks. Ay. Ay, ay, ay. Go down there. Could try Chaska. Chasker. Can I chask you a question? Okay. What in the... Oh, it's water. Ah. Oh, no, it's a barrier. Huh. To prevent us from going there. I wonder if that gets unlocked or if it's just, sorry, you can't go on this random map island. Why? Who knows? Cool that that weapon skin shows up in the context of a little mini... The auxiliary claymore he has. Let's grab this. Let's see what else is around. It's nice that those things don't run away. I mean, I don't dislike it. I do it. I mean, I guess maybe it'd be nice if I didn't have to, but at this point, the level of investment the game expects is basically C0 or 1, or maybe C1 or 0, if you want to reliably beat Fearless Stygian, for example. And I like to. I don't care for Dire, but it's going for weapons, especially now that, you know, Lunar Mode exists in Theater, and you have to just bring more characters. I mean, I honestly wouldn't have enough weapons to distribute between my characters if I didn't roll for weapons. I mean, it is what it is. It's a money-making tactic, but... I guess I don't mind all that much. And, oh, this entire place is a physics object. That was actually kind of frightening. We're drowning in it. Some people might like that. Okay. Thank you. Let's just go up. Yeah, there wasn't much over here. The order we went was clockwise from here to here. We can do that then. I'll have all play, it was cool. Camera angle variance is nice too. Let's see. Still nothing. Really? Well, we can take out some domain keepers. Like, dodge, dodge. Thank you. Because Nicole needs these materials for her weapon as well. And no drops. Huh. Those pots are right, because those pots were in there even when it was compressed. So that's why it doesn't show up as a physics object. Oh. Well, also, it's just drip. That characters do tend to look best with their signature. Deliberately. And to the point that a lot of characters' color schemes have become increasingly abstruse in order to not match any weapons other than their signature. I mean, this is the only weapon that matches Zebai. At all. It's crazy. I will say to an extent, though, that contrast is also good. Right, we can have that not show temporarily to show the normal appearance. This doesn't look bad on him, and he does use it during some quests. During his story quests until you take over full control. But at the end... But of course, one, it's a bad weapon, and, well... The Durandarte weapon skin for him... It is more or less intended to be a sort of consolation option if you don't have his signature. as a prize you get from doing his special Boreas fight, which is what. Yes, she is. Honestly, Serpent Spine does not look all that bad on the review. That's one of the reasons I'm not in any real hurry to get her signature. The other being that she's just kind of mediocre these days. She's good in theater, but she doesn't really need her weapon for what I do these days. Is this a tree that gives wood? It's not. Okay. This is retracted. It wouldn't look very good, and she doesn't have Night Souls, so she isn't getting much utility out of it. You need Night Soul in order to be able to use Mavika's weapon worth a damn. And... oh! We were talking about rolling for signatures, and I said that the main reason I roll for them is 1 half drip, and 2, especially now with Lunar Theater, not having to worry too much about switching weapons around between characters. Because at this point, I'm not even sure I really have enough if I hadn't been rolling for signatures. At least not with competence. Other than your cosplay ballistogram, I don't know that there was anything. It's no problem. You were under no obligation to watch if you don't want to. I'm here for you, and not the other way around. Okay. So what's down here? What happens if we... oh, it pulled the chest down, huh? I mean, I don't know if that was already on top, actually. Alright, let's reset the area. But you do have to apologize. You don't have to do that either. You know what? I feel like using Varka against Infinitesimal. That's more or less what it is. At least for Bala. I've embraced that fate. Yeah. See? And alright. Thanks. What? You're kidding. That was more than a little embarrassing. And dodge. Okay. Dodge. What? Timing on that is stricter than I expected. Well, that's fine. You're my torture goblin. And I'm kind of your torture goblin too. Like, I'm the one you want to poison and kill. Goodness. We can do it at the end of things. Okay. So the main thing was just reloading the instance area. Let's see if that changes at all. Oh yeah. Incredibly. It is sad, but... I mean, this is Varka's best team. The issue is that Varka isn't good. Everyone is. Favoritism is unprofessional. Okay. Anything down? Oh, this is where it becomes red cubes. I ran that for a bit, actually. But the crit rate from Rising Winds is just that good. Benefa Wheelchair isn't gonna be better unless your Bina and an F are hilariously invested. It's a fun joke, but I mean, Chaska's at the point where she just is best used with Benefa Wheelchair. Varka is not quite there. Well, if you're special, does that make everyone else not special? You know, if everyone's super, then no one will be, right? It's like the Incredibles. So we couldn't reach this cube. Let's poke around in the whole central zone first, and then we can go to Maha Valpulia, maybe. Go one island at a time. Hello there. Yeah, it's only gotten better as, frankly, her own personal damage has gotten worse, and using her as a wheelchair has become, more competitive. But the point is that, Varka is not amazing, but he doesn't need to be wheelchaired. Justice and fairness are not the same thing. The thing about meritocracy is that if you give someone mercy after having failed under meritocracy, the system has failed. You aren't really supposed to show mercy under meritocracy. That's one argument against it. At least against pure meritocracy. But you aren't merciful, so maybe that's why you like it so much. I know you do. Well, better to be pissed off than pissed on. Okay. Let's get you in here. Because he's old. No, I said you aren't. You're merciless. Okay. Yeah, to be cruel is to be kind, etc. Ah, there's something in here. Good thing we poked around a little bit. Maybe there's... I guess there's not actually anything in there. Okay. Let's check around this bottom area. In the end, the treasure compass will do our job for us, but still. Let's go on top side and then go around, maybe. You're a ball angel? I guess. Open! Can't be opened from the side. Dark Souls! It's Dark Souls again. Okay. I'm not really anything. Kinda just nobody. Nothing, you know? Mediocrity. I'm the very inaccurate depiction of Antonio Salieri from Amadeus. Gonna be running out of... We can always just level more crit Rising Winds pieces. We've got a few on hand. Okay. Should maybe clear some space out. How much space we got? It's not that bad. Do that for next time when I really get into exploration here. Come on. Climb normally. So anything right here? No. Let's check the other side real quick. It's because I'm Asian. Okay. Checked off the being racist against myself box today. Feels good. Okay. So, yeah, there was actually another chest in that one. We could probably... Could we upgrade our compass now? Let's check. And... Rewards... Yeah! That upgrades the compass ability. Let's do it. I could see myself as a shapeshifter. Oh? Decided to make one of those tapestry... Okay. And a horn from... Okay, increased to 5. Mnemonic clusters, 10 clusters, relevant clues, including mnemonic clusters at once. Balling. Okay, so we can't go inside there. I thought that might have teleported us there. I guess not. I guess it's just a way to see that Oh, so we'll get more and more until we can actually get to the top at the end, presumably? Interesting. And we could actually get there now. There's just nothing there yet. Or is there? It's the roof from... It's a little canopy of sorts. Under the roof of Firelink in Dark Souls 3. Oh, we can get these now. Okay. So I guess there's not much reason to come back then. Treasure Hunter of the Interstice. Ballin'. Open 90 chests at the Windrest Peak and to the Temple of Space. Cool. Let's go back over here with our new and improved treasure compass. After increasing the memory core to a certain level, you can unlock a special segment domain treasure compass which can display the location of memory factors on the map. Wow, I had no idea. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's like what I do with her. Because she started it. Mr. Electric, send him to the principal's office. Okay. Where are we gonna put you in? Hold the left button and drag in the desired direction. Change the form of the selected target. This is for the change to take effect. Oh, we need to help you eat all of these cubes. Okay. That's fine, I guess. So that's a Dendro and money. Nom nom nom. And so that pulls you back down. Wow. I mean, we could ride this thing, can't we? No, we can't. Okay. They do tend to come together. Other side is... Oh, it's Weasel Thieves. That's funny. Treasure chests? Because it's Dendro and Precious. So, yeah, well... Were you checking my Linnea? Yeah, she has crit substats, a good deal of them. She has very good artifacts. I'm proud of these. You know, as much as you can be proud of a luck. But she has good artifacts, crit rate circlet. She has crit rate ascension, too. It's a well-built Linnea. And, oh, we can see into Dashret. Sumeru. Where is this in particular? Is this the mausoleum? This... Oh, goodness. This doesn't look like any particular one place. At least not that I can see. Temple open work railing. But I do have her on... in profile, right? Yeah, everyone I use for the Stygian. Aluga gets... You don't need that much. He actually gets there when he uses his skill, because he's got Silken Moon. It passes 1,000 pretty handily, and when his burst is up, it gives the Timor EM. No, this is actually the mausoleum. We can see the empty coffin right there. Yeah, this is... Yeah, it's the mausoleum proper. Okay, cool. Oh, that's fun. Oh, it was so painful. And when I was doing those same exact rolls, because I don't think you were there, I got this too. It was a little on the nose, honestly. Okay. It's better luck than just getting a bunch of... Well, I don't even remember who the third was on that battle. Better than wasted rolls, but still. Yeah. Who is up here? If any buggy. How are we gonna get inside there? Maybe from underneath. Target. I can use Venny for that. Oh well. Oh! Memory core rewards available. 49 Animo Slums within 60 seconds. 40. We're gonna get some kind of way to... No, what are we supposed to do? just shoot a bunch? I guess. Oh, they're... You shoot the ones that are marked by the objective and the rest go away. Okay. Interesting. Was it sort of a gate? That one was an hourglass. Yeah, okay. Simple enough. Let's keep going. And down here we have you. Oh! A quest. A Moxihuatl. A Moxicillin. That wretched guardian. I was gone for barely a moment, and it's already filled this entire place up. Just the glorious Holy Sovereign Tisaku and His Majesty Kolumte warned, beings that transcend humanity must be consumed by the blazing sun's fire. Is this Oshkan or Shibawanke? Tisakun. That's probably Oshkan, right? Let's check. Tisakun. That is... Let's spell that right. And as normal, search on fandom ain't great. It is Oshkan. It is Oshkan. Okay. Yeah, she was actually a loyal follower of Oshkan. Wow. Musica Instrumentalis. Calceri said that if Dominus Bathius, who was the Harmos back in Remuria, somewhat Dominus Cassiodor, so the evil one, this is the good one who he helped in the Remuria questline. Successors are done in musical instruments, he'd probably be so incensed as to tear down his palace. Vinti replied that Bathius wouldn't even have to, and she was still above ground. Cassiodor's palace in Petricori, that was Petricor, had already been raised by the king of Aramorica, which probably Arrhenius. Female king. It really is a Gasha game. Not a queen, a female king. So in that case, Bathius and the king of Aramorica must have been good friends, but my words were met only with silence. I'm not really familiar with it. I scare easily. I don't want to get a heart attack. So I'm not really that into horror. I played those 2 FNAF games, and that was enough for me. So I guess we open this back up for her. Yeah. You don't have to apologize. I might have... I don't think I did. I might have back in that one, but... Not incredibly. Thank you, my esteemed friend. So it's just various instruments. Oh, and from inside that we get a music disc. Fun. What you gotta say? Word of the blazing sun, may the fiery winds and rains of flame from every direction scatter around me from the earth, noble friend. Who are you? I am Amoxihuatl, born the first year of the 7 reeds, Shukame Akatl, after the blazing sun's return to flame. So after Shibawanke died, Shibawanke. Once I served as a recording officer in the court of the glorious Holy Sovereign, Tisaku and His Majesty Kolumte, that's Oshkan. The town was pursuing a traitor, one who had abandoned the Alliance's oath and forgotten the teachings of the blazing sun. Yet in the end, it was I who became trapped here. My ancestors once shared a cup with the true god, Shibawanke, and I, no more than a shadow cast by the blazing sun, upon this humble earth offer you my blessing. Tell me about your alliance. That's the one with Tulpa... It's going to be Tulpa, White Wolf, and Watcher, right? The really evil thing about that is that... Both Lowen and Varka want Durin and Nicole. So I'm gonna have to split the difference. Also, I just don't like Tulpa and Stygian, really. The blazing sun bless our great alliance and set us upon our purpose to scour the world with flame. To burn away every impurity, every wicked thing that dares stand between humankind and its rightful destiny. Yes, I know what the traitors of later ages claim. They shattered the alliance, raised mortals up as new sons, and branded the guardian of the sacred flame, Yaja Kak. Yaja Kak? Never mind. As a tyrant, let them speak. The blazing sun has never died. One day the true god will return. Fire will sweep across this corrupted age, and the earth itself will be made pure again. When that day comes, those trapped here will not perish. They'll be reborn to the hope that awaits them. Very Christian. Apocalyptic, huh? The way that it works... What are you studying? I'll explain in a second. Creations of the northern tribes, ingenious things. These metal instruments can perform music entirely on their own. No attendance required, only the ingenuity of their makers. Still, I cannot help thinking such devices serve a higher purpose. Imagine them spreading the wisdom of the Alliance and the Alliant teachings of the Glorious Sovereign Tisako and Oshkan, rather than serving as mere instruments of music. Sadly, Mr. Historia will not permit me to modify the originals, so I've begun trying to recreate them from the ground up. I'm no craftsman, Lady Ixkie, who sacrificed herself for the Alliance. She is mentioned in the Unfinished Reverie artifacts, that's right. Possess far greater skill than I do, my progress has been slow. Even so, I believe that determination carry a person through anything. The way it works, basically you want to bring 2 elements out of Pyro, Hydro, Electro, and Cryo. It will create 2 stars, matching elements you apply to them. It tries to create 2 different ones by basically reducing the progress and reading it gains from an element it's already obtained. Though that doesn't necessarily stop it, depending on how things go. But really, you want to be running either Melt or Vaporize. Because each of the stars it creates is you have to destroy, otherwise it does a super attack on you. And also, increases its resistance, so you need to be attacking it. We'll have immunity and Perm Aura, but it's not actually a shield with a gauge, it's actually an enemy with HP. But with Perm Aura, you could get, say, permanent melts, permanent vaporizes, for example. So, and the other thing is that when the stars explode or defeated, they deal damage to the enemy, and that damage is elemental, so you can either melt or vaporize that in order to deal pretty big damage. Yeah, Melt Kino would work. Adios, sayonara, Bala. What are you having? Bala dinner. Yeah. Be careful. Does she have anything else to say? I think that's it, really. Amoxicillin. Amoxicillin. And that means... nothing else, really. After completing that, it's Nahuatl for bookwoman. Amox means book, and Sihuatl means woman. I wonder if they renamed her or something. I mean, there's just nothing else there. Okay. Wiki treats that as an exploration objective, which... I mean, that's not enough for one. That's barely anything at all. Let's see, and... There's a bit down there in the water. Let's see what's all that way. It's up top. I guess we're going below. That's fine. We're gonna keep going with what we have at the moment. How you doing? How you been? This is gonna be... This should allow it to come down and move that Hydro Cube, right? Presumably. That requires 3 Hydro Cubes. Get over here. It does not become immune to any elements. It just incentivizes you to bring 2. And can we move this? Yes! Okay. It'll take you over there. How convenient. It's the end of this thing. Just put that back and you're over there now, huh? Cool. That's 1 cube. You're gonna stay there, you're done. You're finished. Yeah. The reason you want to bring multiple elements is to interact with the star gimmick, and it's got a lot of HP, but you can chunk a lot of it by using its own stars to trigger, to melt the percentile HP damage it takes. It's not that bad. But you have to play with the gimmick. I mean, you could literally just use Jean-Ying. It's not bad. Okay. And there we go. And when we have 2, it's not bad at all. Yep. So, how are we going to take this over to you? I send the platform over that way. Right. Oh well. And it... I mean, there's no reason to send that back. Okay. And on its own, it comes back up. You should be able to reach. And we'll get the third. Fair. But like I said, a lot of that is going to get chunked by melts or vaporizes. It's... And the numbers kind of lie a little. And so we want to get behind you. Oh, you're not even noticing me. We need a better angle to destroy you. Oh, money. Hi. See ya. And that's the other cube. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it. Yeah, that most likely. But the main thing, though, is that the cryo characters themselves would be needing to deal decent damage. Satwali Burst could probably handle it, actually. But they'd be getting melts on every application on the Pyro Star, which is good, but it's... They're specifically going for something like, oh, it's Blubber Beast. The water's there. Something like Lowen and Durin, because both of them are dealing good damage, and Lowen is able to get melts that he's usually not able to. If all else fails, you can just come up with a random string of letters and numbers. As a code name. Creature... That wouldn't be too bad, actually. Rosaria needs a buff. It would be nice if Rosaria got a buff. And, oh, we got seahorses in here, too. You know, that also works, I guess, in a very different sort of way. Two very different trains of thought. Yeah. That's not a very nice thing to call Llama. Okay. Did you get Llama too? Or did you go for Llama-less Nefer? Which is crazy, but I respect it. If so. Oh, so we have to just fly up on the outside. Okay. Good. Okay. And... Okay. Yeah. And what is it about Llama that you love? This guy is gonna say two big reasons. Oh, a guy who actually ran Llama Hyperbloom. What? How'd that team work? We can't run this yet. Guess it doesn't have its supply. I guess we are going to have to go inside here now. Okay. You know, I do appreciate... No, they made a woman character who does who works a job a lot, but isn't overworked. You know, healthy work-life balance woman. That might actually be the case. I worry. Guy who acts like Llama is, you know, male human on female anthro. Okay. Yeah, 4. Every kind of reaction that she can buff. Because it's Bloom, Hyper Bloom, Virgin, and Lunar Bloom. Elemental cube corresponding display case. I mean, it's the right one, isn't it? It's adding these. That's done. Aww. So what are we gonna do to... get this ready again. Got a few more... It's all red. Oh. Will that move that into position? Hopefully. Yes, we have that now. That's in place, more or less. 2-level platform about to reset. Okay, free country. I know, because they're both on-fielders. Geo. And Hydro's coming from Donde. Oh, we have to... Do we have to move that? Let's move that down. But if you won't do that yet, well, no, this will operate. So this is a big Fontanian statue. I mean, there's just really no reason to ever run multiple on-fielders of the same type. And it... Okay. I mean, did that... That didn't even really complete anything. Other than that chest, I guess? Or Hydro, Geo... Space... That was kind of strange. I never can work against Tulpa. She doesn't have to worry about any Hydro application if you do it in that way. At which point, well, you still probably won't be Bina. I mean, I'm not sure you would. Huh. There is a very silly part of me that wants to see how well literally full Dendro would work. Because then he could slot in Baiju for shields and healing. And also just... You get some Lunar Bloom damage from him. You can get 35% Lunar Bloom damage bonus from him. Up to. Though I would need to... What's he got right now? I would need to go full HP on him. Much to consider. Because I don't really need her on that team, huh? Don't think. Bina does, but the big thing is... Lunar Bloom damage %. Hard to say. I mean, she can use Pale Him as well with her gravity interference. But... It's tough. Lunar Bloom damage % is not actually... It doesn't actually boost the Pale Him stacks Llama has, which is interesting. Holy sword. So just give did it just give this guy a sword? No, it was always there, right? Weird. No. I mean, no, she can trigger Silken Moon. To be fair, on that team, generally on Lunar Bloom I give her Albaid, because I don't want to have to give Llama a 2-piece, and then switch her back to Silken Moon when she's not with Bina. That's just too annoying. Columbian is the only character I actually maintain 2 artifact sets for, and even that's already kind of much. Because, again, yeah, Lamine at home over here exists solely to just hold whatever set Columbian isn't actively using. So, yeah, I do that. But that doesn't make a difference as to whether you're using Albaid or Silken Moon there. That's the thing. And that raised that up. Oh, so that's how we get around that barrier. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Albaid on Columbina, Silken Moon on Llama, Deepwood on Nahida. That's how I handle it. To be fair, I mean, Nefer is very much a single target-oriented character. She's a boss killer, and that's about it. But if you somehow did end up in multi-wave content or AoE content, well, it's in multi-wave content, because with AoE you could just plan to hit everyone else everyone at once as long as it wasn't two-wave. With multi-wave content, you would actually generally want Deepwood on Llama, which makes it even more annoying to think. through. We pulled that up. Yeah. Hi there. That was our way out. So that Llama's hunting him can... Frostgrove Sanctuary, right, can reapply Deepwood Shred, but other than that, I mean, it's... And it doesn't matter if you've got just one enemy or a single wave. And to be totally honest, Llama needs the energy recharge a bit more than Nahida does, because Nahida can front-load her particle gen, as long as you've got someone to react with her mark while she's casting burst and catch those particles herself. Llama does not front-load any particle gen, so she needs a bit more of that energy recharge. Yeah. Holy sword, asked around among a few Remurids and Fontanians. Everyone told me the same thing. It's just a normal sword. No one seems to know why it's being exhibited here. I guess they originally wanted to exhibit the Holy Sword of Narcissan Quartz and couldn't get their bloody hits on it. Makes sense. Okay. Silken Moonspawn. I support artifacts. They tend to do a better job with those in terms of interesting effects and being generally usable than on-field DPS artifacts. Oh, we have to pull that there. Okay, that's what. Cool. Thank you. And we just shoot it right here. Yay. Reload. Reload. And these are space cubes, and what do we got? Time Trial Challenge, which now shows up. Wasn't showing up before. I wonder if a completed compass would have shown that correctly. Not that we're in any threat here. Cool. So, finish up Central Hall. Pillar Hall Central Zone. At least this part. Exploration is fun, but it does take time. Good things take time. So do bad things, actually. There isn't really much to be said about something just by the matter of it taking time. Welland's going to be standard. But that said, he's not going to be on standard until 6.7, so... Money. Oh, we got to 60. Good. I think we can max this out by the end of patch. And it... right in there. Common chest, and what is in here? Money chamber, money cube. It is very interesting that money is basically an element here. No character on standard banner has never not been in the selector. And this is Avidia Chamber 4-1. As in of unawareness. Huh, how deep does this rabbit hole go? I mean, Nefer's not standard. Though any character on standard banner goes on the selector, and this is a new kind of... maybe? Yeah, free 5-star is only ever standard characters, but all standard characters currently on standard go on it. There's not some kind of, you know, wait for a year until. Mizuki was on the last one, and she was new. Oh, has Nef... Okay, okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, we got the Fontaine-style capsule. That's fun. Mods bounce the sky up and down on the ground like a rubber ball. Word Trebetskoy's treasure. Oh, that is the Fey Lord's treasure from Nod-Krai. According to the treasure vault, the governor of Nod-Krai, somehow quite a few weasels seem to have found their way into it. Treasure hoarders mentioned. I do not. You have the right. Oh, therefore you have the right. This is an Elden Ring reference. Yeah, in front of all those doors you can't open, it's you don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Whether one is qualified to cross the threshold depends on whether they can think of a way around it. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with Test Bloods. Still more Lunar Arcana. Arcadia, the Entombed Capital. Okay. Dodge. 2, 3. Do it. Well, I'll do that afterwards. We got 9 minutes left. We're almost done for the day. So. We did our quests and such. You're in idle mode. Not much. 3 strategies scroll. In Arcadia, the Entombed Capital, strange characters bleed across the surface of the stone tablet. The words make sense to you, though you can't say why. Were the ancient capital of old entombed while it stood, death would not have found it on the breeze. Vanquished exile of a fallen kingdom, knight of the Golden Bow. Golden Bow. Oh, this is Arcadia from Linnea's bow description. Wander without a heart, a cold ash eternal amidst the grief of his beloved, never to unseal the ruined city's gates from the side of the world again. Much of his story emerges under the text. I have no idea who wrote the display boards around here, and I haven't the faintest clue what they're going on about, but anyway, it looks like every door in this exhibition hall only opens from the inside. For Arcadian city-states well designed like this, and their downfall really isn't all that surprising. There's nobody that I need Obsidian for. The one thing I could theoretically need Obsidian for is Chaska and Kinich pass around. What? You have tenacity. What? Chaska and Kinich have been sharing one single attack sans. This one. And it... Huh? Where'd that come from? Oh, no. I think that was on Esco for a hot minute. The one thing would be, I guess, some better sans here and there. The pieces aren't that great, but it... for reasons that I hope should be exceedingly obvious, I have been prioritizing giving characters... Yeah, this ain't got a single crit stat. Maybe Milani would actually be kind of useful if I got her a good sans, but that can wait. Giving characters who don't have sets before I double up on anybody. No, you don't have to stop. It's a fun discussion. It's just, I will probably disagree. Disagreement is not the end of the world. Probably. 3 strategies scroll. Supposedly this is a sword training formation used by the Tengu of Inazuma to teach their students. I can't really make sense of it myself. It looks more like some kind of strange trick meant to fool the eyes. That is a reference to... It's generally a reference, probably a reference to the 3 strategies of Huang Shigong, but the mention of Tengu, it's probably a reference to the 6 secret teachings, which is... I only know this because of Fate. I hope Bala isn't here. But it... Oh... Yeah. This is... Yeah, it's used by Kichi Hogan, who is a gender-swapped character, who is notably the teacher of another gender-swapped character. But yeah, 6 secret strategies. Oh, come on. This is what it's referencing. You know, they're secret teachings kept by the Tengu. Shivaka. Fate propaganda. Yeah. 6 secret strategies. They gave one of her skills is just that outright. So the story of... The actual story... Teachings. Basically, and I mean, I only know this because of Fate, but it... Oh, and when you look it up, it's just... The only real attestations to that are from Fate. There you go. That Ushiwaka Maru was taught by a Tengu, but she and Fate, of course, stole that book and became disgraced for stealing the secret strategies. I'm actually strongboxing Golden Troop right now, Because as of right now, my Escoffier and my Fiorina are passing a single crit rate circlet in between them. And frankly, that one was stolen from Yai in the first place. I need at least 2 crit rate circlets on Golden Troop. So I have been strongboxing Golden Troop. I just haven't done done that much lately. Yeah, I can't really make sense of myself. Some strange trick. There's a name carved into it, Teruyo. Okikuni says he's never heard of a Tengu by that name, so it's probably just someone's random carving. And who is that in the context of this game? Because they deal most of their damage through skill damage, and if I put Tenacity on Fiorina, that would be kind of pointless on a Nuve team. He doesn't need an attack buff. He doesn't need a shield strength buff. And on principle, I'm not going to make a Cinder City set for a non-Night Soul character. Right, okay, so she... a Yogo Tengu. That's right. Friend of the Iwakuras. And what I mean is that I use Fiorina with the characters who aren't Skirk. And I don't want to put a Tenacity set together just for Fiorina. I don't want to put... well, Shen has Noblesse on that team already. I wouldn't get anything out of having a second Noblesse holder. Nothing up top here. Oh, there's going to be combat, isn't there? Definitely. Okay. Hello. And it's battle. My Skirk team is Shenhe, Escoffier, Fiorina, and Skirk. I don't run Yewan, in part because, I've got a C1 Shenhe. 30 anima particles within 45 seconds. Okay. Oh my goodness. We got on the railing. Let's try that again. Okay. Feel free to judge me. I don't mind. Good thing he's so fast. Okay. And oh! What in the... Okay. That was dumb. That was lame. No, because I don't use that team all that much on its own. And I use Fiorina and Escoffier. I use Fiorina and Escoffier with characters who aren't Skirk. Where honestly... The team is strong enough to get what I need done. So there was one collecting particles, one avoiding. That's simple. There's literally a safe spot. This is pathetic. Yeah, the only character that I have multiple sets for though is Bina. Because I still have characters who don't have a set, period. And, especially since I do theater and... the corners are safe spots. You're kidding. Yeah, covering all angles. Yeah. Once I've got everyone I care for to 999 talents and a leveled artifact set at least one, though technically the challenge only has 2 sides. Yeah. Yeah. Venture of the Interseas, complete 7 open world time trial challenges at Windward Peak in the Temple of Space. Well, my Skirk isn't terrible. She's got signature. A lot of it is just... I actually have had to use... I forgot, but I have used occasionally Skirk without Fiorina. And then, of course, in that case, you're not getting much out of Marshal-Se. So I have her on Deep Galleries, which is a good deal worse than Marshal-Se if you're running her with Fiorina, but for the sake of theater. In the end, Skirk just isn't really all that good to begin with. She's kind of overhyped. But... Or at the very least, she needs an incredibly specific team comp to be you know, halfway as good as people hype her up to be. Let's offer that up. Cool. Level 6 reached. I think we're doing okay here. I will go and beat up Childrick. That'll be the end of the day. I mean, I will say that my Skirk artifacts aren't that amazing because I didn't get very lucky farming her domain and I didn't farm it all that long. But she's arguably more restrictive than Mavica, and she's not as strong. It's fun to be able to end a fight early by nuking, but frankly, I think a lot of people have an idea for her that comes from very heavy investment, including constellations. You know, C0R1 Skirk is good. If her artifacts were better, I mean, that's the other thing. It's just... Sure, maybe I could create brand new artifact sets for Escoffier and Fiorina just for a Skirk team, and an entire Marchase set for Skirk exclusively to be used with Fiorina. But that would require a pretty heroic amount of investment that I could spend, you know, building other characters. Mavica, as well as the Lunar teams, all out DPS her on their best teams by a wider margin, and they don't need special weird artifact setups exclusively for that team to do it. They don't need to reconfigure everyone else on the team around them. And Varka with Nicole and Durin, and then Venny or Prune, is going to be at that same level. I mean, I like Skirk. I wish she was better, especially for the amount of restrictions she has. But she isn't amazing. Unfortunately. Okay. Well, Aluga missed. Ouch. Well, what I mean is that when you're running Mavica teams, you do not have to specifically configure any of the characters on it to make them work with Mavica. Skirk might have some very, very good teams, but you have to... I mean, if I were giving Escoffier a tenacity set for the sake of it, or... Okay, there we go. At least he didn't kill us. Okay. Yeah. But Sitwali is always going to be running Scroll of Cinder City. Bennett's always going to be running Noblesse. Shionen is also always going to be running Scroll. And the closest I would say is that technically you want to be running her on Petra. But that isn't an incredible ask. At least it wasn't for me. To be fair, maybe that's a little silly. But the closest thing to having to totally reconfigure an entire character's setup and artifacts to make the team work is that maybe you want to run Shionen with Petra to get a little bit more damage bonus on Mavica. And it's really unreliable because depending on the enemy, you can't even always pick up the crystal if it spawns inside or behind the enemy. But with that Skirk team, you have to run Skirk on Marchase instead of Galleries, otherwise you're missing out on a lot of damage if you're running her with Fiorina, which you are on her best team. Fiorina should be on Tenacity or Cinder City, and then Escoffier should be on Tenacity or Cinder City. You have to set up 3 characters differently than you normally would for that team specifically. You don't really have to do anything abnormal with any of the characters you're running Mavica with. You'd probably be better off running Instructor on Shionen and Scroll and Sitwali, because Sitwali likes the energy from Scroll because she needs to be using Burst, and Shionen doesn't use her Burst at all on that team. Petra's about as good, and it's... Farming and building 4-star artifacts is just bothersome to me. I believe it depends on the combos you do, and in particular Yansan's constellations. My Shionen Signature. Mayan-san. This is not... It's not as good. With constellations, especially at C6. Probably. Well, the thing about EM is that it has diminishing returns. That might be true in a vacuum if you don't have EM substats. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I mean, I can look that up real quick if you'd like. But I am pretty sure that... Good lord. My goodness. You know what? We can try that out. I can just go to a DPS test and do that right now. Just gonna do a standard rotation because I don't care about learning the combos. It's not really reliable anyway. See how nice I am? Well, maybe not nice. Now, this is the last thing we're gonna do today. Let's find the DPS test dummy. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Well, I need to give her Center City. I'm Patra, don't I? I mean, here, even more. Because I'm pretty sure that especially with Signature, you're still going to be balling. Okay. Mabu. I'm going to try Shionen this first time. Not like that. Bennett. How different's the rotation, by the way? Because that's the real question. It's just the same, but instead of where you'd use Shionen, you instead use Yansan, right? Or, oh, they changed this place. That's fancy. Okay. Let's just do our DPS test. Sure, we have lots to criticize. And up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And... Oh, okay. That's already totally screwed up. Let's try that again. Oh, we needed to get a little bit more pyro with there. Probably should have stopped with the finisher. The jump combo? It's the most basic one to get 4 melts. I mean, I have not learned anything new with regards to Mavica since she first came out and I built her initial premium team. That is where that... What happened? Oh, what is up with this? This is... Never mind. This is just not... This is not my day. Let's try that again. I mean, it's the most basic baseline Mavica combo. The other ones are not really all that practical. In a live fire scenario, so to speak. Alright. That worked. 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. And then we spin. Take that out. Let's do 3 rotations real quick to see how this works. I mean, this is not intended to be showing off, you know, how good I am playing Mavica. This is just intended as a test of your recent statement that Mavica is better with Yansan, even at C0. Yeah, that's whatever. 2, 3, 4. I mean, you don't have to stop. Yeah, okay. That's whatever. Let's see how that is with Yansong. We may learn something new today. I mean, I'm not easily offended. Let's see what difference is made. We got to like 106. Yeah. Just a very normal Yansong. Okay. Normal Johnson. I mean, you can even be rude. Oh, it's different now. I just don't really care that much. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's... Oh, but that's the thing. We probably need to, with this team, do a Satwali normal to get rid of some of the Pyro Aura. The timing's a little off compared. To be fair, you probably also want to be not going for Yanson's Stomp. The issue there is that I don't have her C2, which lets you skip the Stomp. Yeah, that... I didn't even think about that, but that's also kind of a big issue. Yeah, we need to go for another Satwali normal or something just to get rid of the Pyro. That's the issue. Okay. Let's try that again. Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually forgot about the fact that, you know, they're kind of tied to each other. Okay, and that Shionen is her battery. That is kind of a thing. That's right. Okay. Oh, and energy is an issue on this team now, too. The Satwali doesn't look bad right now. That's the big thing. Yeah, Yeah. Oh, so you're probably thinking about with a C1 or higher Mavica, where she gets more fighting spirit, can fill it up without issue, without needing Shionen. Unfortunately, this is C0R1. We need our Shionen battery. Hey, it's Wonderland. You know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's play one round of Wordle. You know, after this one. This is my favorite. You know, if you do enough per, they give you basically a little bit of Milliastra Robux per patch. I mean, what would the difference really be? But again, I don't need to tie myself in knots like that, do I? 4-star bow from maybe Yahuda, honestly. Jahuda. Oh, what do you know? Have we even gotten a 4-star bow? Between Yahuda and... Okay. I mean, that's a pretty meaningful difference. To be frank. I need to make something. Eventually. Okay, let's do real Wordle. This is the real last thing we're doing today. You managed to prolong things by making me argue with you. You should be proud of yourself. Perhaps. Okay. What if we did it in Portuguese? I could maybe hack it with Spanish. I could not hack it with Portuguese. Okay. Good. Be that way. Not frame. Worms. Let's try to get letters we haven't seen before and shift around position in the A to see where it might be. So it's something. There's an R, A, I. R, O. R-O. Rover? No. Polar? No, no, no. That would actually be a few new letters. See if the R is at the end. The R. None of those are in there. So it... Yeah, go ahead. You've got a couple minutes left while I finish this, so ask your questions about the Watcher boss. I mean, the main thing, as I said before, is that the elemental stars can proc reactions, and when you break them, they deal percentile HP damage, which is elemental. So you can melt the percentile HP damage, which is kind of similar to what you can do against Kongamano, but here it's the intended way of fighting the boss. It does not get any aura itself. The only thing that gets aura is its own, or the stars it summons. So, it might be rainy. Let's just try that. Rainy. It's AI. We know the R isn't at the end. N and Y are new letters. Oh. There's an I. Is it Harry? Could be Harry, Fairy, Terry, Query, Rary, Carry, Jerry, Berry, Very, Carry, Zeri, Zeri. I can test F and H both. Fourth. Which one? Yeah, it's Fairy. It's Fairy. It's a word that Bala likes. Yeah, you can apply Pyro and Trigger Scroll on the boss itself. The boss never gets aura. Well, I mean, it's over now. Yep. We're gonna blow up the pewter. So if Sayonara Bala, Sayonara... Yeah, you can Trigger Scroll, no issue. Yeah, it... And to be fair, the stars have aura, which for you is going to be 1 Pyro, 1 Cryo. You could Trigger Scroll on that one way or the other. There's no issue there. Okay, well. I think I've achieved a decent amount of things today. Do your DPS tests. Make me do more DPS tests. I'll cry. I deserve it. So, Sanaragan to you. I'm glad I could argue with people. It livens up the day. Adios.